So shall we start the session?
Yes, let's start. All right. So
Okay.
let me just do a quick intro just to welcome everyone, and then I will introduce you, and then you can begin if that's okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. All right, Jai Janindra, Mate Vandami, good morning, everyone. We're very happy to welcome you to Florida International University in Miami for the third day of our International Conference on Consciousness in Modern Science and Jain Philosophy, the second conference in a series that we will continue after this conference. We're very happy today to welcome a very distinguished panel of scholars. The first session that will start today is entitled Karma Theory and Development of Consciousness, which will be divided into two parts. And the first part of the panel will be chaired by Professor Jeffrey Long. It will include Muni Siddha Kumar, Dr. Dharmachand Jain, Dr. Sudhir Shah, Dr. Anand Bhansali, Drs. Helen Kybara and Jimmy Triplett, and Dr. Jeshwant Shah. So just a few housekeeping rules before I begin introducing Dr. Long. I would encourage everyone to interact. So I would encourage you to ask questions in the Q&A session, or if you have comments or ideas, you're more than welcome to put that in the chat function. If you have questions for any of the panelists and we run out of time, I would suggest that you write your question with your email address. And what we will do is then follow up with the panelists after the conference and make sure that your question is answered by the appropriate person. Thank you so much for joining. We're very honored to have such an esteemed panel of scholars from around the world on Jainism to join us today. So to introduce the chair for the panel, to whom I will be turning it over until 11 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time, is Professor Jeffrey D. Long, who is the Carl Ziegler Professor of Religious Studies at Elizabethtown College in Pennsylvania. He is the author of Vision for Hinduism, Jainism, an Introduction, the first historical dictionary of Hinduism, and Hinduism in America, Convergence of Worlds. He is the editor of the volume Perspectives on Reincarnation, Hindu, Christian, and Scientific, and a co-editor of Buddhism and Jainism volumes in the Springer Encyclopedia of Indian Religions. And the volume Beacons of Dharma, Spiritual Exemplars for the Modern Age. In 2018, Dr. Long received the Hindu American Foundation's Dharma Seva Award for his work to promote accurate and culturally sensitive portrayals of Indic traditions in the American education system and media. He's also presented 3 times at the United Nations. So we're honored to have such a distinguished scholar of Hinduism and Jainism here to chair this first panel. So with that, I will turn it over to Professor Long. Jai Janindra, good morning.
Jai Janindra, everyone. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And I'm very happy to be chairing the first half, at least, of today's panel. So our time is as always, is short. So I think we should begin. I would like to introduce our first speaker. Each speaker is being given 15 minutes. That's roughly 11 minutes for presentation, and then a little bit of time also for question and answer. When it's getting very close to the end of your time, I may need to interrupt to remind you that it's the time is nearly up. Our first speaker that we're very happy to have with us today is Muni Siddha Kumar. He is a young Jain monk who specializes in Jain philosophy, Sanskrit, Prakrit, and Hindi literature, the study of ancient scriptures, and the intersection of Jainology with the social sciences. He's authored poems and articles for several national magazines and blogs. He is currently engaged in the translation and interpretation of a 1,600-year-old scripture. Initiated into the monkhood 8 years ago, he is devoting his life to meditation, spirituality, and discovering the true self. So please give your attention to Muni Siddha Kumar.
I pay my obeisance to my most revered, my Guru, His Holiness Acharya Sri Mahashraman Ji. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participating delegates from all over the planet Earth. I hope consciousness must have become a very trending word by now in Miami. What is consciousness? Is mine like yours? Is ours like that of animals? And the biggest question of all, does it emerge from the complexity of brain functioning? These questions have intrigued humans not only for some years or centuries, but for millennia. It is also now a very frequently used word in both the fields of science and philosophy. But the understanding of its existence, whether it is eternal or at some point it ceases to exist, what it actually is, and very importantly, the approach taken to understand consciousness differs greatly between the two fields. Usually, consciousness is associated with the state of being conscious or being aware or responding to one's surrounding. But does that make someone in coma or in effect of anesthesia consciously dead? Or if consciousness is the awareness of one's existence, like I am, therefore I exist, does that make animals or just born babies devoid of it, as they probably may not be aware of their own existence? So defining this seemingly undefinable thing has apparently been a very challenging job, but also an important one. Looking into the matter wearing the glasses of Jain philosophy, consciousness is not something that can be separated from a living being. Being a living organism and possessing consciousness is all the same thing, irrespective of whether one is aware or unaware of its own existence. This inseparable entity of a living organism is called Chetana. And to be very clear, this Chetana necessarily differs from the state of being conscious or being aware. Thus, it is not a state, but an attribute, a characteristic to all living beings. And when I say all living beings, I even mean those living beings who do not have brains, who don't have mental faculties, and don't have the power to reason. I would like to give you an insight into a dialogue which took place around 2600 years from now. It is a curiosity raised by Gandhar Indrabhuti Gautam, who was one of Bhagwan Mahavir's most learned disciples. He asks that, "O Lord, do those living beings devoid of mind and brain, incapable of undertaking locomotion, can they experience pain?" And Bhagwan Mahavir replied that, "Gautam, yes, they can experience pain." And in another answer to Gautam's query whether those living beings are conscious of their experiences and whether they can articulate their sensations, their experiences, here Lord Mahavir replied in the negative. These dialogues suggest a very important thing about the role of the brain in experiencing pain and pleasure. First, you don't need brains to experience something. But when talking about the articulation of our experiences and being conscious at the moment of experiencing it, this is where the brain kicks in. Those living beings who are devoid of brain and mind can experience, they have sensations, they can feel pain and pleasure, but they cannot articulate their sensations because they don't have brains. But in case of those living beings who have brains, they can differentiate between itching, a sprain, or a fracture while also experiencing the same. Jain philosophy also discusses about how do those living beings experience pain, and when they do experience, at what intensity. They also discuss that what type of emotions or instincts do those brainless creatures have, and so on. Now, after the experiments made by Professor Marcel Vogel and the famous American botanist Cleve Baxter and many such botanists, now these emotions and instincts are also observable in plants also. So these revelations made by Bhagwan Mahavir were really impressive, at least for me, because it has not been much more than a century from now when scientists discovered life in plants, and on the other hand, such detailed descriptions of the secret life of those brainless living creatures is, and that also made thousands of years ago, is really very fascinating to know. Now, coming to the approach problem, according to the principle of Anekantvad, truth is multidimensional. There are myriad ways to understand a same thing. And smart people understand that there are limitations to how much one can obsess over. Researchers may focus on a particular aspect, but that is definitely not the whole story. We've been much like that old lady who once lost the key to her house, and she was finding it outside under a street lamp. A passerby asked her that, "Lady, what are you finding?" She said, "I lost the key to my house. I'm finding my key." So the passerby asked that, "Where did you lose it?" The old lady said, "I lost it somewhere inside my house." So any genuine reply would be, if you lost your key inside the house, then why are you finding it outside the house? She replied, "Because it is dark inside." So we are looking at all the wrong places the wrong way. There are some entities which are gross, others which are subtle, and still others which are formless. The first can be known by gross means, the second by subtle means, but we cannot know anything about the formless entities because we don't have the means of knowing them. Suppose there's a mango before me, I can feel it, I can taste it, I can smell it because it is gross. On the other hand, if we talk about atom, it is a subtle entity. It might not be visible to the naked eyes, but using a magnifying apparatus, it might be possible. But here we are talking about non-material, we are talking about non-physical entities which are not only subtle but also formless. So if we keep studying the objective way, what we'll find is that how does it take place? How can we influence it? But what about the question why? So I see two ways. The first one might be like we can either experience it ourselves. Suppose like becoming monk like me, I have dedicated my life to spirituality, to meditation, and the discovery of my true self. So either you can become a monk, maybe a monk who did not sell his Ferrari. And the second way can be to, and which is also a more practical one, is by learning by the experiences of those who've experienced it. The experiences of those great seers and sages so many years back, and we can learn, and their learnings, we can find them in canonical texts and ancient writings, and studying those might be very helpful in understanding the true nature of consciousness. So, as far as I've studied those ancient scriptures, I think that they are suggestive of a very simple thing, that consciousness is nothing else other than a fundamental building block to the universe. So I think the time has come that in this 21st century, that we include a new fundamental, which is consciousness, along with space, time, matter, and energy, which may solve many of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for observing the time. That was a very profound paper. We have a little bit of time for questions. Would anyone like to put a question in the chat or ask a question? If not, then we can proceed to the next speaker. And so, yes, is there a question? Okay, let's proceed to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Dharmchand Jain.
I have a question.
Oh, you do? Yes, please do ask. Please. Thank you.
What is the difference between consciousness within mind and without mind?
No, I'm really sorry, your voice is not clear. Can you just repeat your question once? आचार्य जी आपका प्रश्न साफ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है.
What is the difference between consciousness of mind and without mind?
So, so as per I understand your questions, that how will the consciousness differ between those who have mind and those who don't have mind?
What is the difference of consciousness of mind and without mind?
Yes, exactly. So I'm coming to your answer that. So as I expressed in my talk, that there are living beings of all types, some who have mind and some who don't. But as there are some in the dialogues which we can read in the ancient scriptures and writings, it is very clear that consciousness is not confined, or it is not limited only to those living beings who have mind. So the difference, as even I stated in the talk, is that those living beings who have mind, so their level of perception, their level of sensations, understanding, and the articulation of the senses, so these complexities are caused with consciousness, and plus who those have mind. But when there is no mind, so that those living beings cannot be conscious at the moment of experiencing, but they do experience pain and pleasure. So this is the slight difference between the consciousness of those who have mind and those who don't have it.
Okay, I think we have time for maybe one more question. Someone has asked in the box, sir, how can we visibly observe the different types of consciousness?
So,
yeah, consciousness. So consciousness in its actual disposition is same throughout all the living beings, may it be of a human, of an insect, of animals, or siddhas. But when we are talking about the different levels or the modes of consciousness, so this differs according to the fruition of the karmic matters. So the awareness, the level of awareness, the level of consciousness may differ. So it is very difficult to present a parameter to measure that how the level of consciousness may be how high or low in living beings. But as it is very clear that we can say that in human beings, or those who have complex brain structure, the conscious level is very high, because the way they can understand, the way they can analyze, the way they can take decisions which are not only instinctual but also rational. So this shows that the level of consciousness, how it differs along the living beings, and how we can see that the question, how we can see the levels of consciousness in different living beings.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for one more. Someone has asked, how is matter related to consciousness?
Matter, so conscious, as I said, that the levels of consciousness, majorly, if analyzing, seeing the root cause, is because of, according to Jain philosophy, the main reason is the karmic matter. So the karmic matter is a pure material thing, and soul is a non-physical, non-material entity, but it has great influence on a consciousness. But to be very clear, it does not mean that the reason because of matter, the matter controls every part of consciousness. This is not true. So consciousness is very clearly, it is greater, it has greater potentials, but those karmic matter may influence the level of consciousness, and how in our development of our consciousness. So in this way, the matter influences our consciousness.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think have a high IQ, but they cannot believe soul. Why?
Okay. I think we need to move on to the next speaker, Dr. Dharmchand Jain. Dr. Jain has served as professor of Sanskrit and as dean of the Faculty of Arts in Jain Vyas University, Jodhpur. His most significant work is on criticism of Buddhist epistemology and logic from the Jain point of view. He's written 6 books and edited 34, participated in many national and international seminars, and guided 3 research projects. For his work in Prakrit and Sanskrit literature and Indian philosophy, he has received several awards. He's been editor of Jinvani Monthly for the last 26 years. So please kindly give your attention to Dr. Dharmchand Jain.
Namo Jinanam Jiyabhayanam Jai Jinendra. Welcome to all scholars and Vandan to Acharyas and Munis who are joining this international seminar. Myself, Dr. Dharmchand Jain, I was a professor of Sanskrit in Jainaran Vyas University, Jodhpur, and also I served as Director Buddhist Studies Center and Dean Faculty of Arts in the same university. I have written 6 books and edited 32 books, and I have been editing a Jain journal, Jainvani, for the last 26 years, which is published by Samyak Gyan Pracharak Mandal, Jaipur. I have interest in original text of Prakrit and Sanskrit, and specifically I have interest in Jain philosophy and Buddhist philosophy. Topic of my presentation is the effect of Nama Karma on manifestation of consciousness. I will focus on Nama Karma. We are having consciousness. Every living being is having consciousness, but there is a difference in manifestation of consciousness. A one-sensed being is not able to express its consciousness in that way which can express a five-sensed living being. There are many ways through which consciousness is manifested. More than 100 they may be, but a few are presented here. First is cognitive activities. Every living being has ability to know and to sense, and that is called as upyoga in Jain Shastras. Vitality denotes pranas. There are 10 types of pranas. One-sensed living being bears only 4, and 5-sensed living being with mind has all 10 pranas. Physical, mental, and vocal activities also depict the consciousness. Instinct desires and creative desires also manifest consciousness. Experience of pleasure and pain are also the source to depict consciousness. Spiritual values are found in consciousness being. Patience, like anger, pride, deceit, and greed, are also found in a living being, which is having consciousness. Conduct and behavior also the characteristic of consciousness. Enthusiasm or efforts are found in a conscious being. Awareness is the very most important symptom, which is called as a pramattata in a developed human being. Decision making is also a significant characteristic of consciousness. Habit formation is also found there, which denotes Gotra Karma. Mutual cooperation, which is told in Tattva Sutras, Paraspara Upagraho Jivanam, it is a defining factor of a living being. Manifestation of consciousness is affected through karma bondage. 8 karmas obstruct or obscure the consciousness. Variations in spiritual development also varies the expression of consciousness. Variation in pranas also affect the consciousness. Intake of alcohol, poison, medicine, and excessive food also affect that consciousness. Mental and physical diseases like dyslexia, dementia, and paralysis, coma also affect the manifestation of consciousness. There are 8 types of karmas. Jnana Varna, that obscures the ability of knowing. Darshana Varna karma obscures the ability of sensation. Vedaniya karma provides pain and pleasure. Mohaniya karma is of 2 types, and it hides the ability of right perspective and also the right conduct. Ayushya karma keeps a living being in a certain state of life of Narak, Tiranj, Manushya, or Dev. Nama karma keeps a person or a living being in a specific body. And Gotra karma decides higher and lower impressions on a living being. Antaray karma restricts or obstructs the enthusiasm or efforts of a living being. Impact of Nam Karma on consciousness is very much important. It decides that how our consciousness works in our body only. Deha Parimanat is the principle of Jainism. Once consciousness works in its body only, not outside. Body is like a device, like electricity. Electricity works in according to its device, and in that way, consciousness works in body device. Which kind of body is there, the consciousness works according to that. Impact of Nama Karma on consciousness. There are 42 kinds of Nama Karma and 93 subtypes of Nama Karma, but a few are discussed here. Gati Nama Karma, it keeps a living being in a state of Narak, Tiryanch, Manushya or Deva, and consciousness works according to that. Jati Nam Karma keeps a living being in 1 sensed, 2 sensed, 3 sensed, 4 sensed or 5 sensed living being, and consciousness works according to that. Sharir, that is body, Audarik, Vikriya, Harak, Tejas or Karman, consciousness works according to Sharir. Sanghanan is very important. It strengthens body with bones, and one can, if he bears Vajra Sabnara Sanghanan, then he can get Keval Gyan also. Sansthan, there are 6 types of Sansthan. Samchatur Sansthan is very important. If one gets it, then he can achieve the 14th Gunasthan also. Thus, Nam Karma gives an ability to a living being for movement from one place to another place with its body. Sthavar Nam Karma resists it. Paryapta Nam Karma and Aparyapta Nam Karma are important for developing ability to get food and develop body, sense organs, and respiration, language ability, and think ability. But modern scientists think that according to genetic science, genes are responsible for development of body. But according to Nama Karma, a living being then goes in to get a new birth, then it starts to have some food. Then genes are the first food of a living being, and which converts into body development. Pratyek Nam Karma decides that one living being bears one body, but Sadharan Nam Karma is a karma which provides one body for infinite beings. So there is no chance to use their consciousness in that way, in developed way. Sukshma Nama Karma is found in vegetative living being of this universe. They are spreading all over the universe. And Badar Nam Karma, they are sthul, and they can be destroyed by weapons, but not Sukshma. Upaghat Nam Karma is harmful for body, and Paraghat Nam Karma is very helpful, and it protects body from diseases. It develops immune system. Tirthankar Nam Karma is very important. It develops a human being. It is found in only human being, and he can be a Keval Gyani, and he can establish 4 tirthas. Finally, I can say that there is difference in all living beings due to karma bondages, due to some other reasons, and also due to nama karma. They are equal in having consciousness, and they can feel it after destruction of 8 karmas. But when there is karma or nama karma, then they cannot express their consciousness fully. This is my submission. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such a good presentation, and again for adhering to the time. Because the timing was so good, we have time again for a couple of questions. If anyone would like to put questions in the chat, and we can then share them with the speaker.
Professor Long, I have a question.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I am
Go ahead.
Professor Dev Kumar. I must congratulate Professor Dharamchand for an excellent presentation, but I was looking forward to the interplay of different karmas like Madhigyanavaran and Viryantarai and Indriya karmas, etc. Maybe for the short of time, due to lack of time, we could not cover it. There's so much of description about it. Each of the senses, the karmas control them. I know the professor knows about it, but maybe he didn't have time.
So yes, Professor, would you like to elaborate on that? Dr. Jain, did you hear the question?
Should I have to repeat?
You yes, please repeat.
Dr. Jain is
Dr. Dev Kumar, I think Dr. Dev Kumar has pointed out that I did not discuss about Matigyanavaran, Karmi, etc. But there was a limitation of time, and my topic was only limited to Nama Karma. So there was no need of description of Matigyanavaran, Shrutigyanavaran, Avadhigyanavaran, etc. So I avoided it.
Okay.
One question is there in chat.
Yes.
That human mind is not developed. Animal mind is more developed than human mind, but it is not so. Human mind is more developed than animal mind. Human mind is having mind, man, and it is having the capability of development through its meditation and other sadhana. But an animal cannot do so. Animal can live only up to 5th gunasthan, but human being can reach to 14th gunasthan. So it is having more capability of mind and other parts of body and consciousness, manifestation of consciousness more than animal.
Okay. Someone else has also asked, what is karma?
It is very general question. Karma is here. What is karma? Kriyatiti karma. What we do is karma. There are 2-3 meanings, but what we do is karma. That karma may be right, may be wrong, but the impressions of that kriya or that karma goes in our karman sharir, in our karmic body, and that gives consequences after some time. That is called karma, and that is a dravya karma. And what the state of our mind is bhava karma. So karma gives their result after some time, maybe it few seconds, few minutes, or few years or more years.
So one more question. Someone has asked, sir, does the presence of illness affect the manifestation of consciousness, or is the manifestation of a specific level of consciousness, does it affect the presence of illness? Is illness an effect of consciousness, or does illness affect consciousness?
Well, I did not understand.
I'm
not hearing it.
I think the question is, if someone's suffering an illness, is
illness? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. If we are feeling illness, then consciousness is affected. I told it before, the disease is also an obstruction in manifestation of consciousness. We feel that we are not having such expression of consciousness which we feel in healthy mind, healthy body.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Professor. I think we now need to move on to the next speaker. So I would like to introduce Mr. Sudhir Shah. Mr. Sudhir M. Shah is a student of various spiritual traditions and is involved in educating youth in Jain philosophy and spirituality. A scientist, educator, and social entrepreneur, he has served Jaina as a board member, editor of Jain Digest magazine, member of various committees, and an exhibition committee chair. Sudhir is committed to ushering in meaningful reforms in Jain societies and does not shy away from addressing controversial topics on various traditional practices. Active in interfaith communities, he's also conducted workshops at various temples, churches, mosques, and synagogues, as well as at the Parliament of World Religions in Barcelona, Toronto, and Salt Lake City. I was there in Barcelona, so maybe our paths crossed at some point. So I would like to invite Mr. Shah to speak, and please give him your attention.
Greetings. The question of consciousness has been examined by philosophers and theologians for millennia. And for the longest time, debating the nature of consciousness was the exclusive purview of philosophers. But the recent evidence suggests that the shift has taken place. Scientists are getting into the game. Has the nature of consciousness finally shifted from a philosophical question to a scientific one that can be solved by doing experiments? I'm often asked as a scientist, do you believe in the existence of soul? Is soul and consciousness the same thing? Is Jainism a scientific religion? So let's answer some of these questions. So my commitment today is that you get something of value at the end of this session. So Jain philosophy is unique perspective on consciousness. Based on axioms of Jain philosophy, we believe that soul exists and soul is eternal and independent. So Jainism regards consciousness as the most fundamental and intrinsic feature of the soul. And also, according to Jainism, not only humans, but also animals, plants, and natural elements such as air, water, fire, earth also have consciousness. So how do we define consciousness? What are the fundamental characteristics? One possibility is behavior that we can use as a conclusive evidence of consciousness. Example of that would be a child falls down and is crying and shows signs of pain. All that behavior signifies that yes, the child is conscious. But could we be wrong? Could our intuition be wrong? Suppose that the child was created using artificial intelligence and has been programmed to mimic all the human behaviors, but the lights are out. So is that robot then conscious? On the flip side, take the example of a human being who's totally paralyzed due to something called locked-in syndrome and exhibits no behavior at all, but has full experience of consciousness, can hear, smell, feel, see, but has no way of expressing it. Is he then not conscious? The second characteristic is experience. Thomas Nagel, in his essay on what is it like to be a bat, links consciousness to experience. It is the experience at its most fundamental level. So he says that an organism is conscious if there is something that it is like to be that organism. I kind of like this definition. And here, the one who experiences is conscious, or you can call him soul. So materialism, on the other hand, has different belief system. They believe that mind and consciousness are byproducts of material processes, such as biochemistry of human brain and nervous system, without which they cannot exist. So they believe that some 13.8 billion years ago, there was a big bang that started the universe. Units of matter, the atoms interacted in the universe. The interaction is called chemistry. After countless random chemical reactions, self-replicating molecules known as DNA eventually form. DNA molecules serve as the building blocks of the evolution for life. Organisms evolve and develop brains. Brains enable human beings to have mind and awareness. This inner experience is then called consciousness. In short, materialism assumes that brains and matter produces consciousness through kinetic, genetic, and neurochemical mechanisms. This is unproven, and I would assert that it is an unprovable theory of consciousness. What is it about piece of matter that gives rise to the physical experience? Neurocorrelates don't say anything about experience. Scientific experiments have shown us what are the physical or biological or neurological determinants, but it does not answer why and how it does arise. Further, you move away from humans and mammals. How do we even know that they are conscious? How low does the consciousness go? Christoph Koch and Francis Crick develop what they call integrated information theory that tries to determine causal power. They even came up with measurement phi. Higher the phi, more conscious the organism. Can machines be conscious? Can they have experience? Can future Alexa be conscious? So neurologists have been experimenting on various brain processes to understand this further. Neuroscientists Michael Bisanica and Roger Sperry performed this procedure in epileptic patients where they split the brain at the corpus callosum level, into half. It gave those patients much needed relief, but now they had two different conscious entities inside their skull. There was also a case where one half was Christian, the other half was atheist. What does that tell us about our sense of self? If you look at the foundational theory of physics, periodic tables of chemistry, endless ICSJP chapter of genes, nowhere it says anything about experience, which is the foundation of consciousness. How does matter give us experience? It doesn't seem that more understanding of brain processes or chemical analysis or mapping of our genome will give us any more information about this fundamental nature of consciousness. It is believed that we humans have the highest level of consciousness. Is consciousness really a spectrum, or is it binary? The lights are on or off. When does consciousness enter a biological or physical system? When does the fetus become conscious? Is the sperm by itself conscious? Or when it fertilizes egg, it becomes conscious? Or when fertilized embryo is dividing, subdividing, and differentiating, it becomes conscious? Does it go through semi-consciousness first and then become conscious? Even when you assume that there is a spectrum, the spectrum drops off at the lower end of the spectrum, and then it becomes binary. How about plants? Are they conscious? So Susan Simard, a Canadian scientist who worked in Canadian National Forest, she even grew some of those trees in her lab settings to study the communication that happens underground through mycorrhizal networks. These are fungal networks underground. There are root systems, but there are also a system of fungus that helps trees communicate with each other. Through this incredibly elaborate system of communication underground, they share carbon and nitrogen with each other, send defense signals to each other. Now, some of them even mimic human-like behavior. She observed that the trees that have dropped seedlings, she refers to them as mother trees, are able to recognize through these networks which trees in the forest are their own kins. They then send more carbon to them. They send defense signals that they don't send to others. They make more room for their root systems. They are literally favoring and protecting their own kids. So how did the consciousness get into the plants who have no intricate brains? So going back to the hard question, what are the biological bases of consciousness? Donald Hoffman, a professor of cognitive science at University of California, Irvine, in his book, Case Against Reality, suggests, is it possible that we are thinking of it backwards? that consciousness is the fundamental and gives rise to the physical world and not the other way around. He isn't alone. Does this mean that the hard question isn't a question anymore? And in turn, does it also answer the most important unanswered question of science? What is universe made of? This brings us to Penn Psychism, a category of theories that believe that consciousness is the fundamental feature of the universe, even down to the level of atoms, giving matter its intrinsic property that gives some level of experience. So whenever there is matter, there is some level of experience. I think this is close to Jain belief. But it is such a taboo subject for scientists that although few mainstream scientists take some view of panpsychism privately, they are unwilling to admit it publicly because it's such a career ender. I truly believe that it is a legitimate category of theories and it should be studied further. One of the problems of panpsychism is what is called combination problem. We know that our body is made up of billions of cells. Based on panpsychism, each cell is conscious in itself. How does all those conscious cells combine to give us one collective consciousness? So how far do you want to go down the rabbit hole? We know that our body is hardly our body. For every cell in your body, there are 10 additional bacteria, viruses, or fungi cells in your body, either in your gut or on your skin. These microbiomes perform very important functions in your body. They even protect us from pathogens. In addition, there are many parasites. They control the behavior of their host, and they do so through neurochemicals, either mimicking the neurochemicals of the host or disrupting some signals. So they get hosts to do what they want them to do. So one such example is toxoplasma in cat. So toxoplasma, to complete their life cycle, they have to get into the gut of cats. Now, rats usually have fear for cats. When they are injected with toxoplasma, they lose their fear for cat. They are actually attracted to cat and cat's urine because toxoplasma wants to finish its life cycle in cats. When human beings are infected with toxoplasma, male human beings have less fear, but female, it works differently. They become more talkative. Now, this again challenges our notion of conscious will and sense of self. I think I'm running out of time, but then again, some brilliant quantum physicist has told us that there is no such thing as time as we know it. Try wrapping your head around it. Now, seriously, is Jainism a scientific religion? My short answer is absolutely not. But why does that even matter? We scientists priding ourselves on our objective lens are still held prisoners by our own cognitive biases. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent presentation, but we do have to be mindful of the time. I think maybe we have time for one question. Let's see. Yes, I think Dr. Francione has asked a question.
Yes, thank you, Jeffrey. I would just like to ask, isn't it the case that, Dr. Shah, that we're failing to make a distinction between consciousness or chaitana, which is the fundamental quality of all jiv, everything which is alive, and sentience or subjective awareness. So we can say, that one-sensed organisms, plants, chaitana, because they're alive. It is a quality of the jiv to have chaitana. However, to talk about plants as being subjectively aware, no mana, they have no mana, is that even coherent?
Great question, Gary. And I think you will be answering some of those, I know, in your presentation later.
A bit, yes, some of them, yes.
The same question was raised by, I believe, Corey Allen, who did a lot of work in the forest of, in the Amazon forest. And he experienced the consciousness from the plant. And he used to be a vegetarian. And then he said, well, how does it differ from animal consciousness? And then he started eating meat. So it was a pretty interesting example of people looking at plant behavior and understanding plant behavior and associating that with animals.
Well, I mean, plants clearly react, and they have evolved over many hundreds of thousands of years. They've evolved
Millions of years,
of the ability to respond, to react rather. To say that they respond is, I think, a different matter. One other point I wanted to make is Penn Psychism is an interesting theory, but the reason why people, it would seem to me that if you have a concept of a soul, that answers the question. The problem is panpsychists don't believe in souls, and so. But once you believe in Jeev, then panpsychism becomes a rather, it's easier to dismiss it.
Right. Yeah, and again, it's. I find it probably because panpsychism assumes that the consciousness is the fundamental feature of the soul. It is probably the closest to Jain belief. Besides, it has a lot of other problems too. And one, as you just mentioned, that existence of soul. So that's a difference. But there are other things that panpsychism believes that are very similar to Jain beliefs. In my
I know, but a Jain would not say that my teacup has any consciousness, even though it is made up of atoms with electrons and whatnot. But right. I don't know any Jain that would say this is a sentient being, or a conscious, or this being has Chaitanya. It's Pudgal, it's matter, right? But anyway, well, I'm going to get into some of this later. I think this is just fascinating. This is just a wonderful, wonderful conference. Thank you all so much. I'm having a marvelous time.
It is absolutely fascinating. I've unfortunately got the task of being the dictator here and saying, okay, we have to stop and move to the next speaker. There's just so many good speakers. We have an abundance here that we're enjoying. So I would like to now introduce our next speaker, Mr. Anand Bhansali, who was born into a Jain family in India, in which practicing the Jain way of life runs deeply. After completing his MBA Law and CA in India, he came to the US on a Rotary Foundation scholarship where he earned his LLM from the University of Miami Law School. His entire family regularly studies Jainism in the Jain group in Miami, and they've also learned a great deal from visiting Samanis from India. He's inspired by the rational approach of Jain religion toward life and living. So I would ask Mr. Bhansali to now present.
Respected chairperson and all delegates of Second International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy. My name is Anand Bhansali. I'm presenting a paper on concept of soul in Jainism. The concept of soul is quite intriguing and complex. Soul is invisible, and that makes it difficult to physically prove or deny its existence. The existence of soul can only be conceptualized and perceived through extrasensory perception and deep transcendental meditation focused on the essence of life. Most of us have pondered over these important spiritual questions, such as who am I? Am I the body or the soul? Are soul and body the same thing? Does soul have existence independent from the body it occupies? Does soul die, or is it the physical body that perishes? Is the living element the soul or the physical body? Where does soul go upon death while the physical body lies around lifeless? Is soul reborn? What causes the cycles of life and death, pleasure and pain, fame and shame, health or sickness? What is the ultimate destination of soul? Understanding the concept of soul is important to understand the true nature of ourselves and our existence. Different religions, scholars, and philosophers have offered explanations in this field. Here I will briefly talk about the Jain perspective of soul and the related concept of interdependent existence, consciousness, conscience, karma, and soul's journey from bondage to liberation. Jainism believes that reality is made up of living and non-living elements. According to Jainism, reality is a result of spontaneous, constant actions, reactions, and interactions of infinite number of living and non-living natural forces that influence the cycles of origin, adaptation, destruction, and resurgence. Soul is the living element that is permanent and eternal. Body is the non-living element that is impermanent and transient. Although soul and body combine to create the visible life, the existence of soul is independent from the body in which it resides. A physical body remains alive only till the soul occupies it and becomes lifeless instantly with the departure of soul. The reference to I or me is the reference to soul because that is the permanent entity. Soul cannot be created or destroyed. Soul is invisible, formless, odorless, tasteless, and colorless. It does not have weight or volume. It is not necessarily located in a particular organ or a particular area of body, such as heart, lungs, chest, navel, or head. Soul permeates throughout the entire body. It takes on the shape of the physical ethereal body in which it resides, just as water or light assume the shape of the container in which it is contained. Worldly souls have karmic bondage that causes souls to occupy our physical or ethereal body. Liberated souls have no karmic bondage and they do not take on any body form. There are infinite souls in the universe. All raw, unevolved souls tend to assume a physical body or an ethereal body form to evolve. Soul transcends innumerable lifespans and life forms throughout its evolutionary journey. Jainism believes that all life forms, including the plants, have soul. The existence of all life in the universe is interdependent. Jainism does not believe that all souls are interconnected in the sense that they all originate and will eventually merge in one supreme soul known as Brahman or God. Every soul has an independent identity which remains intact even after its eventual liberation. Every soul engages in karma and charts its own evolutionary journey. Jainism believes that understanding the interdependence of all life forms is beneficial and essential for the worldly existence, and hence all life forms deserve conscious preservation through non-violence. Now we will briefly discuss the consciousness and conscience in the context of soul. Consciousness and conscience are often equated with soul. They both are important attributes of soul, but they are not synonymous with soul. Soul is the source of consciousness and conscience. Biologically, consciousness is neural and sensory function of the physical body. Consciousness provides signals that the soul determines how to use those signals. Metaphysically, consciousness is the state of being aware of self and the surrounding environment. Deep meditation raises the level of consciousness and awareness at spiritual and physical level. The distinction between consciousness and soul also becomes clear from the cases where soul remains in the body during temporary loss of consciousness caused by serious injuries. By raising our consciousness, we can engage in thoughts, words, and deeds with complete understanding and awareness of our surroundings. Conscience is the inner voice representing the virtuous aspect of soul. Conscience is an important attribute of soul that governs empathy, kindness, compassion, and the virtuous sense of right or wrong. By listening to our conscience, and the inner voice, and strengthening our inner voice, we can improve the quality of our existence. Consciousness and conscience are important attributes of soul, but neither of them individually captures the entire essence of soul. Soul is sentient, the observer, the knower, the thinker, and the doer. Beyond simple consciousness and conscience, soul is also the source of life force and biopotentials and karmas. To understand soul, it is important to understand karma and karmic bondage of soul. Soul engages in thoughts, words, and deeds through the medium of physical body. Such engagement causes influx of subatomic karmic particles that bind with the soul and result in good or bad karmic bondage. Emotions, desires, anger, ego, greed, deceit, fear, ignorance, and attachment are all part and parcel of the physical body. They intensify the karmic bondage and defile the true nature and virtuosity of soul. As a doer, soul reaps the rewards of good deeds and endures the consequences of bad deeds in accordance with the nature and extent of karmic bondage. This is the karmic law and the karmic justice. Karmic bondage causes every soul to go through its evolutionary journey that transcends innumerable cycles of life, death, and rebirth until all karmic bonds are fully eliminated. Karmic bonds remain attached to the soul until they ripen and make the soul endure the good and bad consequences of karmas. The nature and extent of karmic bondage of the previous lifespans determine the next abode of soul and the quality of the current and future lifespans. The nature of karmic bondage is the reason behind the visible differences in the living beings in terms of their physical and mental abilities, social and economic status, birth and family, birthplace, lifespan, pleasure and pain, gain and loss, etc. Jainism believes that karmic bondage is not static, permanent, or eternal. Every soul has an innate ability to control, prevent, alter, and eliminate karmic bondage. Liberation of soul from karmic bondage is possible only through conscious and disciplined spiritual effort. Liberation requires a rigorous pursuit of the spiritual trinity of gaining wholesome knowledge, developing wholesome perspective, and engaging wholesome thoughts, words, and deeds. The spiritual tools for preventing and eliminating the karmic bondage are sanyam, which means maintaining equanimity, practicing self-restraint on desires, emotions, and sensory organs, observing non-violence in thoughts, words, and deeds, practicing truthfulness, forgiveness, humility, and compassion, observing non-stealing, honesty, integrity, and fairness in dealings, practicing non-attachment with material possessions and relationship, observing chastity, fidelity, and morally upright conduct. Tapa means practicing rigorous austerity, meditation, silence, and fasting to strengthen physical and mental discipline. And the last tool is tyaga, which means renunciation of relationship and material possessions. Moksha is the soul's ultimate destination. When the soul attains total liberation from all karmic bondage, it attains moksha. At this stage, soul is not contained in any body form and is spread over the entire universe. Here it becomes omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, a true reservoir of infinite knowledge, infinite perception, infinite strength, and infinite bliss. Thank you. I'm now open to entertain questions from the audience.
Okay, thank you. I think we have maybe 1 minute for questions. So would anyone like to ask a question?
I have a question. Are Sudhir and Shah and all scientists of the world is the Big Bang theory, and what is the singularity, and what is the DNA and RNA. How soul, that means consciousness, beginning from a Big Bang theory, Big Bang.
So if I understand your question correctly, from Jain perspective, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. From the Jain perspective, there is no beginning or an end of soul or the existence or universe or any of these things. Everything that you see around us, Big Bang probably also is one of the stations in which the universe transforms and reshapes itself over infinity. So there is no beginning, there is no end. Soul has always existed and will always exist. The RNA and DNA that you are inquiring about is a part of physical body, has much less to do with soul.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that very clear presentation and answer. We do need to move on to our next speaker. I would like to now introduce Professor Helen Kybara, who is an assistant professor of Asian history at Jacksonville State University in Florida. She was a Fulbright Hays Fellow at Rikyo University in Tokyo and has a PhD from Michigan State University. She has an interest in ecology and is currently conducting research on various environmental projects in southern India. So I'd ask you to please give your attention to Professor Kybara.
This presentation was first recorded in the herbarium of Dr. Jimmy Triplett, and it was a cool backdrop, but the audio was unusable, so I'm recording this at home. I want to make clear, however, that this presentation reflects the work of two authors, Jimmy Triplett and Helen Kybara, both of Jacksonville State University. Jains believe that all life on Earth, including bacteria, plants, fungi, and animals, contain living souls of equal value, worthy of compassion and respect, which pass from one life to the next on the way to mukti. The presence of a jiva is indicative of consciousness in the Jainist perspective, and this consciousness is known because of perception and knowledge. In the case of plants, this includes knowledge of its environments gained through the senses. The core Jainist tenet of ahimsa guides followers to right action, which extends to plants in various ways. Jivas are ubiquitous, and harming a jiva results in karmic bondage. This view of life informs an important foundation of Jainist philosophy, ritual, and daily practice, in which people are very careful not to harm living beings. Yet Jainism also advocates the adoption of rational attitudes toward life. Jainism is a philosophy which thousands of years ago wrote in detail about microscopic organisms which science has only recently been able to detect. In this way, unlike many religions, Jainism is compatible with a scientific view of the world. According to Jainist philosophy, there are a variety of plant bodies which in the most general sense can be classified into three categories: microplant bodies, individual plant bodies, and general plant bodies. Microplant bodies are present in every part of the universe and are unable to be harmed by humans. These entities come into existence and subsequently die on their own. Individual plant bodies can further be divided into 12 subgroups, which include most of the organisms which come to mind when we think of plants, but also includes fungi like mushrooms. These plants have one governing jiva, which is also present in all of the parts of said plant. General plant bodies include most vegetables which grow underground, in addition to sprouts and some types of mosses. The distinguishing characteristic of general plant bodies is that they contain layers, and each layer has a grid. Within each square of the grid is a sphere in which an innumerable number of jivas reside. For this reason, Jains do not typically consume these types of vegetables, for the destruction done to jivas in harvesting of these vegetables is great. The Akaranga Sutra summarizes a basic empathy for plants with the passage. As the nature of people is to be born and to grow old, so it is the nature of plants to be born and to grow old. As people have a reason to exist, so plants have a reason. As people fall sick when cut, so plants fall sick when cut. Knowing this, a wise man should not act sinfully toward plants, nor cause others to do so, nor allow others to do so. When seeking alms, ordained people are careful to uphold the principle of ahimsa toward plants. Traditionally, this meant when offered food, the mendicant should ensure that it contains no living matter including mildew, seeds, sprouts, beans, and grains, which might have some vitality. They were not to accept flattened grains, grains containing much chaff, nor any grain which had been winnowed or which the householder had ground especially for the mendicant, as this would make him or her complicit in the killing of plant beings. Said items were permissible to be consumed, however, if the intended recipient was not the ordained, as in this situation he or she would be free from the karma incurred by killing the plant or its parts. Moreover, ordained persons were not to accept water which they themselves had not strained. Lay people were allowed more leniency in the handling of plants and could injure or kill plants which have only one sense, but not others. Jains attribute life to plants due to various processes happening in plants, including circulation of sap, growth, breath, or the exchange of carbon dioxide and oxygen, sense of touch, responding to their environment, including temperature, precipitation, light, etc. The Tattvarta Sutra indicates that at least some plants possess what science considers to be the five senses. However, it is careful to distinguish between the possession of these senses and having a physical mind. It espouses that there are two kinds of minds, physical and psychic. The sutra states unequivocally that plants do not have physical minds, though they have an innate intelligence and are able to respond to their environments in profound ways. The existence of these senses and this innate intelligence can be considered as a psychic mind. As for consciousness, the sutra points out that though there are organs which directly correlate to these senses, there is not a seat of consciousness. Science has also not found a physical seat of consciousness. This brings us to the scientific perspective on plants as it relates to Jainism. The idea that plants are conscious is promoted by a relatively small contingency of botanists. Likewise, concepts of plant neurobiology and plant intelligence have very modest followings. These scientists recognize the so-called phytonervous system and argue that plants be considered genuine cognitive agents. From the perspective of modern biology, plants are complex multicellular organisms, some of which exhibit sophisticated behaviors. Arguably, plants can be said to learn and memorize, and even solve complex problems. They continuously integrate biotic and abiotic parameters, and they anticipate competition for resources. They exhibit self-recognition and territoriality, and they can communicate through volatile organic compounds. So, in a sense, plants can see, smell, hear, and feel. But what are the implications of ascribing consciousness to plants? Scientists identify several modes or levels of consciousness. For example, primary consciousness involves the ability to form mental images of the world or to experience some form of emotional response, such as the feeling of good or bad. Consciousness is a defining property of humans. Moreover, our understanding of the biology of consciousness is based on human anatomy and physiology, with its attendant neurons, neurotransmitters, sensory receptors, and a complex command center, the brain. All living organisms perform the adaptive behaviors of receiving, processing, and responding to stimuli. Yet this does not equate with consciousness. Intelligence and cognition arise from animal nervous systems, and these qualities are absent in other lineages, despite sophisticated functions and behaviors. Therefore, why not use consciousness in its current restricted sense? To conflate biological complexity and consciousness is misguided. There are useful reasons to overlay human philosophical constructs on biological systems. For example, when faced with new questions, conceptual modes can provide guidance or enhance our critical thinking. Humans are pattern-seeking organisms. This characteristic is a strength when it helps us understand our world through comparative studies and analogies, but it can be a distraction when we falsely transfer properties amongst things that are fundamentally dissimilar. As scientists, our task is to learn the true nature of the physical world. Sometimes this requires rejecting more poetic notions born of false analogies. Mahavira suggested that because plants respire, metabolize, reproduce, and die, therefore they are living and akin to humans. From this view comes the idea that plants possess independent souls encased within their physical structure. Jainism provides a philosophical approach to life. Moreover, Jainism follows rational thinking and therefore science. We propose a reconciliation between the concept, on the one hand, that all living things possess consciousness and the modern view that living things, while complex and in fantastically diverse ways, are best understood in terms of physics and chemistry and biology. Better, we think, to embrace the skeptical and critical perspectives provided by science and the poetic magic that is revealed in the true nature of life's complexity. On the one hand, we might ask, do plants have consciousness? And seek evidence under the assumption that consciousness equates with the possession of a soul. The danger is that if we pursue this route, we must be open to the implications that follow from the conclusions that plants lack consciousness, or at least according to modern, robust scientific definitions. It is also important to acknowledge that the true assessment of a supernatural soul is explicitly outside the domain of science. Nevertheless, there is cultural and psychological value associated with the perspective of the living soul in all life. Therefore, is it not more worthwhile to ask, is there a psychological value to believing that plants and other living things have a soul? Although modern science may dismiss the supernatural, life itself is magical, and the fact that science can explain the mysteries and wonders of life in no way detracts from the miracle of it. In this way, the cultural beliefs of Jainism can provide a course of practical moral discipline consistent with right perception, the Jainist first step in the process of self-realization. In essence, the Jain Sutras consider plants to be living beings capable of perception through the senses, and science has also concluded this. Science cannot measure consciousness in plants, but instead of becoming bogged down with the idea of finding consciousness, we can still marvel at the intelligence and perception of plants. We can respect the innate complexity they have. From what we have observed, Jainist philosophy and modern science seem to be in agreement on many aspects of the essence of plants. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think as a pre-recorded presentation, I don't think we'll really be able to have questions. I did neglect to introduce Dr. Triplett because I didn't realize it was a joint project. I will mention him now. Professor Jimmy Triplett, who was the co-author of that presentation, is an associate professor of biology at Jacksonville State University. He received his PhD from Iowa State University and completed a postdoc at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. His research focuses on plant hybridization and bamboo taxonomy, and he conducts field work in both Southeast Asia and the United States. So it was really a fascinating presentation from yet a different perspective on the topics we're discussing today. Our next speaker and the final one for this particular section is Mr. Jeshwant Shah. He is a retired entrepreneur and founder trustee of the Stanakvasi Jain Trust in Vapi, Gujarat, India. He has a profound interest in the ancient languages of Prakrit and Apabhramsha, Jain philosophy, and Jain literature. He's translated various books on Jain philosophy from Gujarati or Hindi into English, and presented numerous papers on Jain philosophy-related subjects in English, Hindi, and Gujarati. So please give your attention to Mr. Shah.
Namo Siddhebhyo Om Arham Shri Vitarag Devaya Namaha. Before I start presenting my paper on consciousness, I hereby express my sincere thanks to all the organizers of this webinar. My special thanks to Pujya Somneji Chaitanya Pragnaji, who had always been an inspiration to me and guiding me for my work. Vandami. My thanks also to Muni Sri Mahendra Muniji and all the saints with him for their everlasting guidance in my spiritual study. Jain philosophy, I may please be pardoned if I say that it is the wrong word that has replaced Jain science. The reference of the word science is found in many Jain manuscripts. It is mentioned as Vitarag Vigyan. It is the science taught by Sarvagya, that is omniscience. The Jain science deals with everything in the universe, that is cosmos. It deals with physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, astronomy, medical science, etc. everything. To know about Jain biology, one should refer to Jain biology written by Pujya Muni Sri Mahendra Muniji. For astrology, etc., one may refer to Bhadravahu Samhita or Surya Pragnapti or Chandra Pragnapti, etc. The so-called modern science, which claims to have made a development in the job of, is just a drop of water as compared to the Jain science, which is the ocean of the knowledge. The scientists of the Jain science are omniscients, whereas those of the modern science are Chadmasta, that is having well over the faculty of the knowledge. Here in this paper we shall restrict to the comparison of the concept of soul and consciousness in Jain science and the limitations of its in modern science. The common dictionary meaning of the word consciousness is a kind of awareness, whereas in Jain philosophy it refers to the soul itself, or it is sometimes referred as an inherent characteristic of the soul. In modern science it is related to the brain and its activities connected with sense organs. Oriental approach for consciousness proclaims that consciousness is the inherent quality of the soul. Soul and consciousness cannot be separated. It has got nothing to do with the physical brain. One of the meaning of the consciousness is samvedanshilta. It is only with the soul. One more meaning is to ved, means to know, gnan. That is Western philosophy, to the best of my knowledge and belief, deals consciousness mainly with the respect to the activities of the physical brain and the body. As per Jain philosophy, every soul till it is liberated possesses three bodies. They are termed as Tejas body, Karman body and gross body. That is either Audaric body or Vaikriya body. The present science is capable of dealing with the Audaric, that is gross body only, which is visible with the eyes. In case of human body and certain animals, the Audaric body consists of 5 sense organs and a brain. The 5 sense organs are skin, that is for touch perception, second tongue, that is for taste perception, third is nose, that is for smell perception, fourth eye for vision perception, and fifth for sound perception or hearing perception. And there is a brain inside the skull from where all the actions of the are controlled and regulated. According to Jain philosophy, life, that is soul, is immortal. It is an independent entity. It is neither generated nor can be destroyed. It exists in different forms with respect to the manifestation of the sense organs, which may vary from 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. And some may have all the 5 sense organs and a physical brain also. This includes human beings, animal, birds, etc. The lives in paradise or hell also have 5 sense organs and brain too. All the forms of life have consciousness. The only thing in the creature not having physical brain is that they cannot express the feeling which they experience. In modern science, consciousness is mostly related to the connections of the physical brain with the activities of the different parts of the body. For example, while carrying out some surgical treatment of some part of the body, a dose of anesthesia is administered either by injection or by inhaling of some gases, thereby disconnecting the link of communication between the brain and the rest of the body. So the patient under the treatment does not feel the pain till the effect of anesthesia lasts. In medical terms, this is called as an unconscious stage. After the stipulated time, the effect of the drug that was administered as anesthesia is over, the link between the brain and the body is re-established, and so the patient starts feeling the pain. Thereby it is said that the patient is conscious. But please remember that in both the cases, the patient is alive and not dead, and that is consciousness. In Jain philosophy, knowledge, that is Gnan, is broadly classified in 5 categories, and that is given in Tatvartha Sutra and Nandi Sutra. As it is stated, Mati Shruta Udi Mana Parya Keval Gnani Gnanam. Now this Mati Gnan is sensory knowledge. Shruta Gnan is articulate knowledge. Audi Gnan is clairvoyant knowledge. Mana Parya Gnan is mind reading. And the 5th one is Keval Gnan, that is omniscience. Please bear in mind the difference between the Mana Parya Gnan that is stated in Jain philosophy and presently with the psychiatrist is quite different. Now taking the details of the different gnans, the first one is Mati Gnana, sensory knowledge. This is the most elementary type of knowledge. Its manifestation is through the sense organs. This is further classified into 4 divisions: Avagra, that is supposition; Iya, that is probability, avaya, that is assessment, and the fourth is dharana, that is conviction. Actually, these are the four stages of sensory knowledge. To understand these stages, let us take one example. Say when a person hears some sound, one starts thinking about that. This is the first stage. Then at the next moment, one tries to think as to what kind of sound it is. That is second stage. Then it tries to analyze the sound, that this is the voice of human being. This is the third stage. Then on final confirms that this is the sound of Mr. XYZ. And this is the fourth stage, that is conviction. Since this type of knowledge is due to the sense perception, it is recognized by science also. But in terms of Jain definitions, knowledge, the knowledge is much more, according to Jain philosophy, Matignan and Shrutagnan as called as indirect knowledge, because they take the help of sensory knowledge, sense organs and the physical brain. Whereas omniscience is the direct knowledge and it does not require any help of any sense organs. It is directly connected with the soul. And the definition that is given for the omniscience is Sarva Dravya Paryayesu Kevalasya. That means the omniscience is the full understanding of all the substance, including all their modes. Now, this is the unique and highest type of knowledge. One who has acquired this level of the knowledge has the ability to know the whole universe in terms of past, present, and future. The one who has reached this level of knowledge will get totally liberated from the bondage of all the karmas and attain moksha, and thereby the end of the cycle of death and birth will be over. Hence, it cannot have real knowledge about the soul and the consciousness. Accordingly, all the limitations will be there. And most of the important limitations of the modern science is about the soul. So far, they have not been able to arrive at any conclusion regarding it. It is something like a mystery to them, and Jains have dealt with great details about it. The concept of modern science regarding human brain can be compared with the computers. It is composed of number of segments which are having programmed data in them, and the brain works accordingly. And we conclude that as per Jain philosophy, consciousness exists forever in the soul, irrespective of the material body in which it dwells. Consciousness is inherent, non-detachable virtue of the soul. So one can say that there cannot be consciousness without the soul, and the soul cannot be without consciousness. These are just two conventional words to express one and the same thing, that is non-matter entity. And its existence can never be terminated nor can be created. Consciousness can never be found in any non-living material. Hence, from the Oriental point of view, there is no difference between consciousness and the soul. Both mean the same thing. Finally, if due to the limitations of my knowledge and perception, if anything is said which is not as per Jain philosophy, kindly forgive me. Michhami Dukram. Thanks for listening to me. So,
thank you very much for that presentation. And we have a couple of minutes actually for questions. We have come in right under our time limit, so we have a couple of minutes for questions if anyone would like to ask. Okay, if there are not any questions, I think we will bring this session to a close. I think the next one is supposed to begin in just 1 minute. I thank you all for really excellent presentations. I wish we had had more time for all of them. I always feel like the bad guy when I'm chairing a session and I have to say, okay, stop, and I'm stopping a wonderful, enlightening conversation that I would enjoy hearing more of. But we have a lot of speakers, and so I will now make way for the next presentation. And as our, I think Professor Jain, it looks like, has a question. He's raised his hand. Please go ahead.
Thanks to Jeshwant Bhai. He has told that consciousness and soul are the same. But I think soul is a substance and consciousness is its attribute, is its characteristic. consciousness is manifested by soul. The source of consciousness is soul, but but consciousness is not different from soul. Not different. It is attribute. It is a characteristic. But in the description, we can say that there are two functions. Soul is substance, and consciousness is its action and its characteristic or its attribute. I think so.
It is an attribute, but in common language we call it same. It's an attribute of
There will be problem. There will be problem because scientists also accept consciousness, but they don't accept soul. They accept consciousness. Everybody will accept consciousness, but they don't accept soul. So there is a difference.
So
we should make difference.
Ultimately, it goes to the faith only, and how it is interpreted accordingly. Because physically, it cannot be.
That maybe, but in presentation there should be some difference.
Okay, thank you all very much. I think we're going to move on to the next session now. Michami Dukadam, thank you so much for including me in this session, and hope to see you all again in the next one.
Thank you so much, Professor Long. We really appreciate your help in sharing that wonderful panel. And so we'll take a short 5-minute break. We need to reset the Facebook links, and then we'll be back. And the next panel.
Should those of us who will be involved in the next panel, should we just stay logged on now? Or
Just stay logged on. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. Yeah. And we'll have, I think the next one is Professor Sanchetti, then will be the chair for that panel. Yeah. All right.
class.
Welcome back. I hope you had a good short break. We'll now continue our session on karma theory and development of consciousness. With the chair of this section will be Professor Pratap Sancheti, and the speakers for this section, which would be the last section before our intermission at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, will be Namra Muni Maharaj Sahib, Gary Francioni, Jeffrey Long, and Surendra Pukarna. So I'll just briefly introduce Professor Sancheti. Professor Pratap Sancheti is a consultant neurologist at Sancheti Neurology Research Institute in Jodhpur. He has an MD and a DM. He's a visiting professor at the Jain Vishwa Bharati University in Lucknow, Rajasthan. Is pursuing scientific research to delineate the role of the brain and the mind in the intricacies of the soul as defined in Jainism. He served in the Indian Armed Forces as a physician and neurologist for 24 years and has also had more than 20 years of teaching experience. He's published 110 original papers, chapters, and review articles in national and international journals, and has been actively associated with editorial work. He's also been one of the major organizers for the conference, and we're very happy to see that he is in much better health and is able to chair this panel. So with that, this panel will be ending at 11 o'clock. So there's just under 2 hours. And so I will now turn it over to Professor Pratap Sancheti.
Thank you, Dr. Iqbal, for the nice introduction and also for conducting this conference very nicely. In fact, it's a pleasure to be with the many friends here in the conference. The first part of the session conducted by Dr. Long is an excellent one, particularly the interaction with the audience. I hope the same thing continues in the next session, which will be by the doyens of the Jain philosophy. And to have the session going on, the first speaker is Namra Muni Maharaj Sahib, really a doyen and a revolutionary son who is well versed with the agams and has got extensive knowledge and spent his early life in the spiritual research. Maharaj Sahib has established the Prasadam, a religious organization, socio-religious organization, with the is a humanitarian non-profit youth wing. Look and learn. That is what the motto is. Wonderful, sir. And I invite you to talk on the subject, the consciousness in the fetal life. Really, we are not sure when the consciousness enters in the human body or in the plant or in the anywhere, but the fetal life is one of the important aspects where if you can enlighten us. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome.
Omniscience, or the subject of enlightenment, is always beyond our imagination. All that we don't know yet or have no knowledge of is more vast and infinite compared to the knowledge and wisdom that we possess currently. A strong determination to know and acquire even an inch of that vast unknown knowledge can ultimately lead us towards omniscience And the day we will attain omniscience, all the secrets of the entire world will be revealed to us. Bhagavan Mahavir was a prince who was raised in comfort and luxuries of a royal palace. But the day he decided to acquire this vast knowledge, he left his palace and took the road to a jungle. He would remain completely engrossed and lost in meditation and spiritual practices. For 12 and a half long years, he put in great efforts to obtain and manifest the knowledge from within. The day he gained this treasure of unknown infinite wisdom, which is beyond the reach of the ordinary, he transformed from being ignorant to being omniscient. He was able to see the entire universe, the past, present, and future, the truth and reality about every element and every living being in the entire world. All that he attained, saw, and understood from this ultimate acquired knowledge, he expressed it, which is available today in the form of our Jain scriptures called Agams. There are 32 volumes of these Agam scriptures in Jainism, and out of them the fifth Agam is called as Bhagavati Sutra. In this Bhagavati Sutra, Gautam Swami, one of the prime disciples of Bhagavan Mahavir, expressed his curiosity and asked various questions in order to experience and derive this ultimate knowledge from Bhagavan Mahavir himself. A compilation of such 36,000 questions and its answers is the Bhagavati Sutra, which reflects the extent and depth of the ultimate knowledge acquired by Bhagavan Mahavir, which he then later on imparted to his disciple Gautam Swami. The knowledge gained with so much of curiosity was memorized and by hearted by Gautam Swami, and he passed down this knowledge to his disciples. This knowledge was passed on from each generation of Guru to his disciple, and the legacy is thus carried on. In this very Bhagavati Sutra, Bhagavan Mahavir has given a detailed description of embryology and fetal development. He explains how does the birth of a child take place, how matter is activated, and how it turns out to be alive. What happens when physical matter comes in contact with a living being? And because of this combination of non-living matter with the living matter, how a life form is generated, how a body and its various parts are formed. We readily accept the fact that mobile waves exist, even though we cannot see them. Since you can hear my voice, you certainly believe in the existence of sound waves, even though you cannot see them. All such material which is invisible but still exists. Such a cluster of infinite material is also called as matter. Just as sound is created when mobile waves come in contact with a mobile instrument, and this sound is then given a mode of incoming and outgoing calls. While we walk around, we do not hear these sound waves but only when they come in contact with a mobile instrument, we can hear the sound. Similarly, when the waves of invisible soul come in contact with the sperm and blood of a male and a female, that process of combination is known as Garb in Jain philosophy. Today, what science describes as X and Y chromosomes, we have a detailed explanation about them in Jain scriptures, but in a different way. In this Bhagavati Sutra, Bhagavan has mentioned that when the father's sperm count is high and the mother's blood count is low, and the male child is born, and when the father's sperm count is low and the mother's blood count is high, then a female child is born. This means that during the time of conception, depending upon whose count is more or less, accordingly, either a male child or a female child will take birth. Bhagavan Mahavir did not have any scientific laboratory, nor did he have any instruments or tools to conduct experiments and state facts. But he possessed infinite knowledge in which he could envision an ultimate reality of the entire universe. When a soul purifies itself, it becomes as clear as a mirror. In a mirror, there is an extremely shiny foil right behind the mirror glass, due to which we can see a clear reflection in the mirror. Similarly, when a soul purifies itself completely, then all the situations and realities of the world are clearly reflected in the soul. This reflection is called as Kevalnan or omniscience, the ultimate knowledge. Whatever you see as a result of this omniscience is completely crystal clear. And so Prabhu Mahavir could note everything, all the reasons, realities, and science about any subject of the entire universe clearly without any laboratory. How many sperms are required from how many fathers to give birth to a child? How many sperms from how many fathers can be mixed to give birth to a child? This child can have not just one or two, but more than 900 fathers. Let us consider a case where more than 900 males are bathing themselves in a river. And while bathing, if sperm comes out from their body, when this sperm mixes over a period of time with all the other sperms from all the other males bathing in the same river, and suppose it accidentally enters the female's body, now when such a female conceives and gives birth to a child, then in such a situation, the child is said to have more than 900 fathers. He thus revealed a big secret that one tiny drop possesses millions of the cells, and each such cell has the potential to give birth to thousands of children. Hence, Bhagavan Mahavir said that a single drop of sperm has the capacity to give birth to 9 lakh children. But since a woman does not have so much of potential, she cannot bear so many children. Bhagavan Mahavir even said that when a child is born, his hair, his beard, all these are formed from father's sperm. But the brain and the bones are formed from mother's blood. And hence, one whose mother is strong and powerful, her son's brain is also powerful. And when the mother is weak, the child's brain is also weak. Thus, purely on this basis of his knowledge, Bhagavan Mahavir has revealed such deep secrets that in a human body, which parts are contributed from mother's side and which parts are a contribution from the father's. Today's science of cloning is nothing but Bhagavan said that one can give birth to 8 identical kids at a time with the same color combination. He also revealed that all the 8 real brothers of Sri Krishna were identical and they had the same skin color, form, shape, looks, eyes, shape of lips. So, this is also possible. Bhagavan even said that it is a result of this cloning process. From one copy, thousands copies can be generated. In fact, Bhagavan even stated further that there is a possibility where in just a time frame of one samay from any one single material, 1 lakh identical copies can also be created. Yes, mark the time, not even 1 second, but just one samay. As per Jainism, samay is the smallest measure of time. 1 samay is equal to innumerable seconds. So in just 1 second, millions and billions of copies can be produced. Like in today's times, any one link released from a server can be viewed by countless viewers at the same moment. Bhagavan has described all of this in our Agam scriptures, and this process is called as Utkarika Bhedlabdhi, which means that multiple copies can be generated from one single copy, and that too exactly identical. But this entire principle has been described in full details in Bhagavati Sutra. Bhagavan Mahavir's knowledge, his wisdom, he was such a super scientist, and he has revealed so many such secrets which we will share with you whenever we meet next. But one thing is for sure, that you should definitely put in efforts to learn more of these facts presented by Bhagavan Mahavir. Today, when I have been invited in this international conference in science and Jain philosophy to express my views on this subject of consciousness in modern science and Jain philosophy, I would like to sincerely appreciate efforts are Samanji Chaitanya Pragnaji. I hope we keep motivating each other to learn more and increase our knowledge. I feel we should always keep on sharing whatever knowledge we have achieved. Let us not just remain an owner of any form of knowledge, but let us share and celebrate it with everyone. Today, when all of us have gathered here to celebrate our knowledge, just like worldly celebrations are connected for exchange of happiness, we have gathered here to exchange word of wisdom, because remember one thing, only when we share our knowledge with others, we can enhance our own knowledge. One who shares his knowledge is the one who is actually manifesting his intelligence. And that is why I want to tell you that in spite of living in America, you have arranged with his conference and the efforts that you all have taken to make this get-together a festival of knowledge. The topic which was given to me, there is so much to talk about it. But one thing is for sure, that Panna Samikha Dhammam, we should acquaint ourselves with religion with the right wisdom. Religion is not just observing rituals and performing prayers like Samaik, confessing as in Pratikaman, or doing a form of penance. Religion is to know and understand each subject, explore all the sides and its nature, and evaluate its entire form. We should know about the true nature of all living and non-living matters, about birth and even about death. And that is why Bhagavan Mahavir said that during the first samay, when a child is going to take birth, and during that first samay, the material that child obtains, that sperm and blood which he receives in the first samay, and then begins his life. That same material stays with him till the end of his life, till his last breath. Slowly, slowly during his entire life cycle, he keeps on losing little by little. He might be talking very normally, but the moment this material gets exhausted, his life will come to an end. To this, Bhagavan has revealed an amazing secret that the material you obtained at the very first summit of your birth has the potential to keep your heart going strong. This material which is grasped during the first summit is called as Oz Ahar. And the day this Oz Ahar gets exhausted and it leaves from your body, you meet death. You must have observed many a times when people meet death, froth is seen coming out from their mouth, or sometimes they even vomited out. There was absolutely nothing, but he just suddenly vomits out and then he expired. Why? What happened exactly? Nothing but this material, the Osh Ahar, was in the verge of getting over, and hence he vomited out and expired suddenly. Sometimes it so happens that the material may be less and the individual's age can be longer, and sometimes the individual's age can be shorter and the material more. But when the material is less, and even if the individual's age is longer, then the person meets his death suddenly, which is called a subcrum lifespan. That is meeting death all of a sudden. And then there are times when it so happens that the Ozahar, this material is more and the age is less. In such a case, the extra material is vomited out from the body. And the moment this Ozahar leaves the body, the person meets death. That is why it is said that we should be truly grateful to our parents, as our entire life goes on, as long as their body material form of Ozahar, that is a combination of sperm and blood, remains in our body. The day that material gets exhausted, that very moments, that very seconds, our life also comes to an end. This is the underlying secret behind why we always say that we should be truly thankful and grateful to our parents. Once again, I truly appreciate efforts of conducting such a conference, where we could exchange words of wisdom and enhance each other's knowledge. May you keep on conducting such seminars more often, and through such medium may all the wise people around the world come together and stay connected with each other through the means of knowledge. As when all wise people get together, it is a celebration, a get together of wisdom. I would just like to say that we must always remember to bow down and offer our respect towards knowledge, all the knowledgeable persons and all the medium and tools of knowledge. I wish that may we keep on having more of this kind of opportunities where we can disclose and present to the entire world the deep underlying secrets which Bhagavan has revealed as seen in his ultimate knowledge. And may each one of us develop deep devotion, respect, and gratitude towards his infinite wisdom. Shubham Bhava.
Thank you very much, Maharaj Sahib. In a very simple language, you have given us a lot of knowledge. You have explained many processes which are there, has been explained by Bhagavan Mahavira, and you are passing it on. Thank you very much. There are 2 or 3 questions can be taken up now. Short questions, please. Any question, Dr. Iqbal?
Yes, we have some questions. So the first question would be, 1 minute, give me 1 minute. Is the transfer of the fetus of Lord Mahavira from one womb to another womb acceptable?
It's possible.
Okay. Okay.
Tested babies, same.
Okay. Okay. All right. Another question we have from you. We can maybe ask also some of the other questions as well.
Yeah.
Another question that we would have for you is consciousness the link between soul and matter? Is consciousness the link between soul and matter? Is it?
Yes. Consciousness and material. मटेरियल में कभी भी कॉन्शियसनेस हो ही नहीं सकती. मेरे हिसाब से जड़ पुद्गल और सोल, इस दोनों के बीच में, मैटर और सोल के बीच में, दोनों का नेचर ही अलग है. इसलिए yes.
Maharaj Sahib said that the matter do not have the soul. That's what he wished to say. There is one question from my side, Maharaj Sahib. At what stage the consciousness enters in the fetus? Is it from the sperm, or it is from the ovum, or from both?
जैनिज्म यही मानता है कि फर्स्ट सेकंड में जब दोनों का फर्टिलाइजेशन हो जाता है, एग और स्पर्म का, within the second of yes.
But not from one, it's from both sperm and the ovum?
No.
Okay, sir. Any other question, Dr. Iqbal?
Right. Let's see.
Okay, if there are none, we move to the second portion, second lecture by another doyen in the Jain philosophy, Gary Francione. He's a distinguished professor of law at Rutgers University, New Jersey. Very well known to many of us. We have heard it many times. He's a visiting professor of philosophy at the University of Lincoln, UK. He has authored numerous books and articles on the animal rights theory. He's a strong vegan himself, and he believes in the animal ethics and the animal rights theory. And he is, since 1982, his acceptance of the principle of ahimsa and the non-violence. He rejects all animal products. Great, sir. He is a serious student of the Jain philosophy and written many articles on the Jainism and the animal ethics. I invite you to have your lecture or have your thoughts on the Chetna, animal, plants, and the importance of veganism and ecological preservation, practical implication of the consciousness. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Jai Janendra, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. It's really interesting. Although the pandemic has forced us all to have conferences in this way, it's been a good thing, I think, because we now have gotten used to the idea of having conferences without traveling. Traveling involves a great deal of himsa, so it is a good thing for us to be doing it this way. And I want to thank all my and express my gratitude to be with all of my Jain brothers and sisters, and particularly to Samaniji Chaitanya for helping to organize this and for inviting me. All right, now I'm going to try not to go over time because I've been told that's a form of himsa, and I will avoid that. I hope I can can share the screen. Hold on a second. Here we go. All right, so that should be okay. All right, there we go. Now let me just go to all right. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have these things on the side because I can't figure out how to get them off. All right. Okay, the presentation is Chaitanya, Animals, Plants, and the Ahimsa Imperative of Veganism, Moderation in Food Intake, and Ecological Presentation. There is often an equivalence posited between consciousness and sentience, or subjective awareness, and the ability to have a mental experience of pain and suffering. That equivalence would be justified in most systems of Western philosophy, but that equivalence is not justified in Jainism. The concept of Chaitanya in Jainism is a much broader concept than is consciousness as understood in the West. Chaitanya is a property of the soul or jiva, and it is always present. A human who is alive but is in a permanent comatose state would probably not be described as conscious as we use that expression in Western philosophy. That human would not be considered as sentient because she or he is no longer has subjective experience and cannot experience pain. But that being would most definitely have chaitanya or consciousness as that expression is used in Jainism. Now, plants are alive and they possess chaitanya, but plants are akandriya jiva that are sattvar. That is, they have one sense, touch, and they are immobile. Other akandriya jiva include beings that have earth, water, fire, or air bodies. All have chaitanya. None are sentient or subjectively aware. The Jain ascetic is enjoined not to commit himsa on such beings. This injunction does not apply to lay Jains who are allowed to commit himsa against akandriya, particularly plants, in order to survive. If you didn't use plants, if we didn't consume plants, we would all die. All Jains are forbidden from committing himsa against mobile beings or trasa, whether they have 2, 3, 4, or 5 senses. This injunction has particular application as it involves samjni pachandriya, which have a mana or mind. They have a physical mind or dravya mana, which interacts with the brain and nervous system. And they have a psychical mind or bhav mana that results in states of mentation or decision making. This injunction against inflicting himsa on trasa, and particularly on samjni pachandriya, applies not only to acts that are done, karita, but acts that are approved of, anumodana. This injunction does not and cannot apply in the case of akandriya. Without himsa against akandriya, no one, lay people or ascetics, could survive. We would all die. From this, we may draw 3 conclusions. First, Jains must limit any and all food and clothing to akandriya. Any himsa, whether done by the person or on behalf of the person involving trasa, is strictly forbidden. Now, most Jains are vegetarians. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever met a Jain who was not a vegetarian. Relatively few are vegans. And this is, I think, an important point. I mean, they consume dairy products such as milk, ghee, butter. They use dairy, wool, and silk in puja events. They wear wool, silk, or leather products, or use items that contain animal products, animal ingredients. All animal products, including dairy and wool, involve inflicting suffering and death on mobile multi-sense beings, basically tasa. Some forms of production are more brutal than others, but under the very best of circumstances, there is a great deal of suffering involved in the production of these products. And the death of animals is a necessary aspect of any industry or practice that uses animals. It's a necessary fact. It's a necessary characteristic of those industries. Cows and sheep are samjni pachandriya. Any avoidable himsa inflicted on them is strictly forbidden. All himsa that comes from palate pleasure or fashion desire is by definition avoidable. Okay, I mean, we don't need to eat meat. Obviously, we don't need to eat meat. We don't need to consume dairy. in order for any reason, and we don't need to wear animal products. I mean, we those who consume dairy consume it because they like the taste. It's palate pleasure, and they like the taste. Anybody who wears wool or leather does it for reasons of fashion. I mean, it's a matter of fashion, but that's completely avoidable. And so we're voluntarily, deliberately engaging in himsa when we consume dairy and when we wear animal products such as wool or leather. There is a qualitative distinction between plants and animals, such as mammals, birds, and fish, and plants. Plants have chetana, but do not have mana. They have they have the characteristic, the chetana, which is characteristic of all jiv, but they do not have mana. They do not have minds. They do not have dravya mana. They do not have bhav mana. They are not sentient in the way in which we use that term in Western philosophy, for sure. I mean, sometimes, as I said, there is a tendency to say that, well, because plants have chetana, they are sentient. I do not think that follows. I certainly think it does not follow that they have a mana, but I do not think it follows that they have sentience, because to be sentient is to be subjectively aware. Without a mana, you cannot be subjectively aware, at least as far as Western philosophy is concerned. And I think that makes a fair amount of sense. The sense of touch that an ekandriya possesses cannot be equated with what we normally think of as sentience. Okay, as I just mentioned, Sabjani Pachandriya, including cows and sheep, have both chetana and mana. Everything alive has chetana, but only some chetana have the characteristic of mana. Now, it's interesting that although there is a strong vegetarian ethic in India, India is the second largest beef exporter in the world after Brazil. So Brazil is the first beef exporter, the largest beef exporter in the world, followed by India, a country which is very much vegetarian, in which there is an ethic of not killing cows, but yet there is a huge beef industry. And India is the world's largest milk producer, with 22% of global production, followed by the United States of America, China, Pakistan, and Brazil. That's from the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. Now, there's a tendency to say that, well, in India, the treatment of animals used for dairy is different it's different and it's more humane. But there have been people who have done studies of the dairy cooperatives in India, and they found, this is from Sudhir Shah, who is a Jain who lives in London, who actually did a study of this. The treatment of cows and buffaloes associated with dairy cooperatives is full of violence. Cows and bulls are prematurely sent for slaughter, often across states. Cows often suffer from inflamed udders. Calves are separated from their mothers. There is an inadequate protection from the elements, and there are cruel reproductive programs involving artificial insemination and crossbreeding with non-native breeds. Moreover, much of the other milk available in India comes from private dairies or tabelas, where conditions are even worse. So any animal use, the use of these 5-sense organ, because like us, the cows are five sense or mobile, multi-sense 5-sense organisms. They have mana. There is going to be violence. There is going to be death in these industries. There may be more, there may be less, but a Jain can't legitimately justify any imposition. Yes, some forms of exploitation may be more humane than other forms of exploitation, but that misses the point. That's like saying some forms of slavery might be more humane than other forms of slavery. It doesn't matter. It doesn't answer the fundamental question about whether slavery can be morally justified. Yes, some slave owners may be better slave owners, but that doesn't make slavery or slavery as practiced by those supposedly more humane slave owners morally acceptable. There's no such thing as dairy without himsa. And even if there were, no one has access to it when they're buying milk in the United States and Europe, et cetera. I mean, I don't believe that it's true of India or any place else either. But I frequently encounter Jains in the United States who consume milk produced in the United States and then tell me the reason why they think that that's okay is because it's in theory possible to produce milk without himsa, and they think that is possible or done in India. And I have to remind them that they're not buying the milk in India. I don't believe it would be without himsa there as well, but they're certainly not buying it in India. They're buying it in Chicago or Los Angeles or New York or whatever. And the same thing is true of London or any place else in Europe. And Anikantavada does not provide a way out of this. This is something I talked about at a previous Jain conference that Samniji Chaitanya sponsored. And that is, we can't look at Anikantavada and say, well, it's a matter of relativism. And you know, you can't make a black and white assertion. But if that's true, then you can't make a black and white assertion about ahimsa generally. I mean, that you'd have to say the same thing about meat. You'd have to say, well, you know, you can't say that meat is categorically wrong. Meat may be fine. It just depends on, you know, I mean, Anikantavada, as I explained in my previous presentation, applies to things in the material world. It does not and cannot apply to moral ideas, because if Jain embraces Anikantavada with respect to moral ideas, then it embraces moral relativism, which means there can be no foundational moral principles in Jain Dharma, and we all disagree with that. Second, because plants have Chaitana, we have an obligation to not interfere with their spiritual journey beyond what is strictly necessary for our survival. Therefore, we must consume plants only to the extent necessary, and we should all consume less than most of us do. Frequent fasting should be the rule and not the exception in Jainism. For example, I do multi-day fast, but also every day I do intermittent fasting. I don't eat. I eat, there's a 16-hour period between when I last ate and when I start eating again on days that I'm not fasting completely. And so fasting should be the rule. We should all eat less than we do because the Akandriya have Chaitana. We shouldn't kill them more than we need to kill them. And so therefore, I don't believe they're sentient, but they do have Chaitana. We should not interrupt their spiritual journey to the extent that we can avoid doing so, which means we all need to eat less than we eat. Overeating is by definition a form of himsa. Third, although the environment per se may not have mana, a non-sentient environment still involves myriad instances of Chaitana. You have all of the Akandriya in the environment. Moreover, you have beings with Chaitana and mana who live in the non-sentient environment, and we have obligations to them. So therefore, we have an obligation and a strong obligation as Jains to care for the environment. In sum, what Jainism tells us about Chaitana and mana make clear: one, we should be vegan and not eat or wear anything that involves himsa against rasa. Two, because Akandriya have Chaitana, we should eat or use as few plants as possible. Overeating of plants is himsa. Three, we have an obligation to protect the non-sentient environment. I'm sure that many of you are not vegans, and so all I can say is thank you for listening, and Michami Dukadam. I go through my life in the Jain community saying Michami Dukadam often. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of having it tattooed on my forehead. But Jai Janendra, Om Araham, thank you very much for listening to me. And now I will, how do I stop sharing here? Stop share, yes, okay. I actually made it in time. That's a first.
Yeah, it's wonderful, sir. You have made a strong case for the veganism, and which is quite similar to what we see or believe in the Jainism. It's a very strong case you have made it, and you have also given us some practical hints how to go about it. From a health angle, if I look into, you have put it very correctly that overeating is also a form of hinsa, and it has got its own environmental implication.
Absolutely.
Really nice to hear you open for the discussion and the question and answer.
I would like to raise a question to Gary. Gary, what about root plants and green plants?
Well, I respect the Jain views about what vegetables you should eat and about eating, onions and, and I do respect that. I know a lot. I do respect that. It's just, I do think that what troubles me is when I hear people who embrace Jainism talking to me and saying, well, but there's no difference between plants and eating dairy. And the answer is no, that's simply not a defensible position. And it mystifies me. I have to be very honest. It mystifies me why Jains do not embrace veganism, particularly when it's so easy to do that, because, you know, I mean, we can all live without dairy. I mean, and we all should be eating less than we eat. You know, I don't go to Jaina conventions anymore because they're not vegan, and I refuse to participate in them because they're 4 days of talking about nonviolence while people are shoveling violence into their mouths. But I don't go to them anymore. But it troubles me that they are not vegan events. It also troubles me that it's 4 days of nonstop eating. Everybody's eating all the time. And I think we really need to sort of move away from that idea that eating is, you know, that it's, yes, it's important. We have to stay alive. But this idea that, you know, I mean, this attachment to food is I think really problematic and really does get in the way of I think clear thinking about Jain Dharma. But yeah, no, I totally, I understand the root vegetable issues. I understand all that, and I respect those people who observe that. Frankly, I know a lot of Jains who don't respect that, and you know, I mean, I know a lot of Jains who don't respect that, but I still see that as very different from consuming dairy, because dairy it necessarily involves himsa all the time. But
it was an excellent talk given by Professor Gary, and he has made very good comments on the habits which are going on in the community of Jainism. But yes, now people are becoming aware of all these issues and violences which are involved in such kind of productions, and they are trying to avoid all these things. So I think in the future, it may be that the whole Jain community would be vegan completely. And in this particular conference, we would pass a declaration in which we involve all the 3 suggestions which you have given, especially for Jain community. And they would be very much committed to follow all those instructions. Thank you very much.
Samniji, I want to tell you that you are one of my favorite people on the planet. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I would die happy right now today if I knew that Jain Dharma was going to ultimately become vegan. That would be fine. I would be happy. That would be fine for me. And 3, the fact that you are adopting that as a statement of the conference gives me joy in my heart, and I cannot thank you enough. Thank you enough.
So we would pass this declaration and send to all the community, and they will think of it.
Excellent.
So yeah, because people must have knowledge about all these productions. The common people, whether it is of Jain community or other, they don't know what is going on actually after behind these productions. So they are just using because of the advertisement in the TVs and newspapers, and they don't know the whole history behind which is going on. And involving such kind of violences. So we have to create the awareness in the mind of the people, then only they can be aware of it and can think of avoiding all these productions.
You know, Samniji, many years ago, I had a meeting with a Jain Acharya named Rakesh Bhai. And Rakesh Bhai asked me, he said, do you object to dairy products the way they're produced, or do you just object to them in principle? And I said, I object to them in principle because however you produce them, even if there's a little tiny bit of suffering, that's the problem. The problem is if we really do believe that himsa is wrong, then it's not we don't eat meat, because it's not a question of if you kill the animal painlessly, it's okay to eat the meat. It's not. Even if you kill the animal painlessly. So it's very important, I think, for people to understand the production is horrible. But even if the production were a lot better, it would still involve himsa. And we should never deliberately engage in himsa against rasa. I mean, that is, if there is anything that is clear in Jain Dharma, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I think that's it. And which is why I have been attracted to Jainism for decades now, because I saw that idea and it seemed so true to me.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Swamiji, can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
Yes, please.
It's a question and a comment on this dairy thing. Mostly from ancient times, as Jain people and every Indian people consume dairy products. The reason was that cows were part of the family and they were not into commercial dairy farming like you and we see here in today's environment. That is, of course, painful to the animal. But I would just make a comment. When the cow has a calf, he drinks only a fraction of the milk that that cow produces. The excess milk, if it is not extracted, to my knowledge, causes other medical issues and painful issues for the cow. So in fact, at that time, I grew up when my father had 2 cows in the house just to have that milk, and we treated them as like, you know, part of family, just like you take care of pets, and they were not in cages, open environment. So if you do it responsibly, if you produce that milk, actually you're relieving in some ways that excess milk, which will cause medical issues for the cow, relieves them from that. So consuming that milk was never a process viewed in India, in that cultural environment where I grew up, as a painful process for the cow. But here, of course, it's different today when you do have commercial dairy farming where they're kept in cages and confinement and never allowed to move or anything. They're constantly impregnated artificially just to produce milk and babies. So if you feel that's a difference, you know.
Right. I would respectfully disagree in that. First of all, as Sudhir Shah found when he went around these dairy cooperatives in India, he found that the calves were in fact being stopped from drinking the milk because if the calf drinks what the milk, what the calf wants to drink, there isn't all that much excess. That's point number one. Point number two, in order for the cow to keep giving milk, she has to be kept pregnant. She does not produce milk unless she is pregnant. So you always have the problems of calves. And the male calves obviously aren't producing milk. So they're being used for other purposes. I am sure, and I don't dispute, that the cows that your family had when you were a child were treated better than the cows in America now. I've no doubt about that. I mean, I would think that would be that would be true. However, it doesn't get away from the fact that there was still suffering. We were still using those animals in ways that cause suffering. And if we weren't using them, then we wouldn't have to confront whether or not we were relieving any pain that they have from milking them beyond what the calf takes. That the only reason why that even becomes a question is because we use animals we use those cows for milk. But I, with respect, would say that, yes, it is possible that your family, and I totally credit what you say, that your family treated those cows better. But that goes back to my position that there were people who owned slaves in America who were treated them very well, relatively, didn't beat them, didn't rape them, things of that nature. And then there were slave owners who were horrible. The former group was a more benign group. That is for certain. That can't be disputed. But it doesn't mean that what they were doing was not a form of himsa. It was a very serious form of himsa. And I would suggest that the whole notion, as a matter of fact, I would suggest the whole notion of domestication, where we are bringing beings into existence who are subservient and submissive for the purpose of our manipulating them for whatever purpose we want to manipulate them for, that in and of itself raises serious issues of himsa.
Yes, artificial reproduction, I
think we will close the discussion now.
All right.
Sorry.
Appreciate good thoughts.
It's a very good talk. I agree with you. What I suggest, Gary, that if you can add Dravya Hinsa versus the Bhav Hinsa, the physical Hinsa versus the psychic Hinsa into the whole gamut, it will be more appreciated by the community.
I learned all about that from the Samnijis when I took Preksha meditation. They told me about the Adyuse and how the energy of the Chaitanya gets. Oh, it was marvelous, marvelous stuff.
Yes.
Marvelous.
Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
We have got another Don, Dr. Jeffrey D. Long. He has been amply introduced by Dr. Iqbal in the beginning of the session. And more than that, we have seen him how beautifully conducted the previous session. I invite him to talk on the nature of the jiva, one of the very difficult topic, consciousness as intricate reality in the Jain philosophy. He is a very good proponent of the Jain philosophy. He reads a lot and he explains to us in the simpler way. I have heard him earlier also in the 2016 in our ICSJP Mumbai. And now again, we have got the pleasure of listening you once again, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Jajanendra, and thank you for your very, very kind welcome. I'm humbled to be in such wonderful company today. Dr. Francione and I met at the Cherry Hill, New Jersey Jain Sangh a few years ago, and we've corresponded off and on, and that was just an absolutely wonderful presentation that he gave. And the presentations this morning, I mean, have all been very profound, very thought-provoking. I fear that I'm simply going to repeat what others have said, but I have a particular issue that I'm especially interested in discussing today. So I'm going to share my screen and bring up my presentation. So hopefully you're now all seeing this presentation, right? The nature of the jiva, consciousness as intrinsic to reality in Jain philosophy. And just as I did this morning, if I start to talk too long, this is a professional hazard, right? We love to talk. Please do inform me if I'm getting too close to my time limit. So my basic thesis today is as follows. According to many Indic schools of thought, and contrary to the dominant thread of Western thought, consciousness is not an emergent element of existence, dependent upon a prior material foundation, but is intrinsic to the nature of reality. Specifically, in Jain thought, consciousness is an essential feature of the jiva, the life force or soul, which is itself one of the 6 fundamental dravyas or components of existence. So the question is often posed in Western philosophy, what are the origins of consciousness? Where does consciousness come from? In regard to consciousness, the dominant trend in Western thought has been to take matter to be prior to consciousness, to see matter, unconscious reality, as providing the conditions on the basis of which consciousness arises. There are both religious and what we could call scientific versions of this trend. In Christianity, it is taught that God first created material bodies and then infused them with life. If you read in the Hebrew Bible, in the book of Genesis, the idea that God fashioned bodies from the substance of the earth and breathed life into them. That idea that the body is first and then consciousness is present. On the basis of scientific findings, it is held by many that consciousness has evolved from matter. So rather than God infusing consciousness, we have consciousness in some mysterious fashion evolving from out of simpler matter. And consciousness on this understanding is dependent on the existence and function of the brain. Now, a number of speakers have already talked about the problems with this point of view, such as, for example, the fact that plants clearly have some kind of chaitana, right? Some kind of consciousness. They don't have brains, right? So right away, you can see that there are some issues with this dominant approach in the Western world. The idea that consciousness comes from the brain is not really a scientific conclusion. It's not something that's provable. It's a philosophical perspective known as materialism. So it's an assumption that is imposed upon the phenomena that we observe through science, but there's no observation of consciousness emerging from matter, right? This is not something that has actually been proven. It is assumed to be the case. The assumption that matter precedes consciousness gives rise to the problem of consciousness. Professor, I believe it's Sudhir Shah this morning was talking about this. This is the as yet unresolved question of how precisely consciousness emerges from a material body. So an assumption is made that consciousness comes from matter, and then this leads to a question. How does that happen? So here's the cover of a very recent book by a scholar named Jeffrey Kripal called The Flip, Epiphanies of Mind and the Future of Knowledge. As Dr. Jeffrey Kripal has recently recounted, a growing number of thinkers in the West are proposing to flip the question of consciousness. The flip is a sort of cute term that he's developed, which refers to a reframing of the question, which involves not taking matter to be the primary reality from which consciousness must have emerged, but rather to see consciousness itself as the primary reality and as intrinsic to the nature of existence. Unlike the materialism which has been predominant in Western thought, viewing consciousness as intrinsic to reality is consistent with the most recent developments in the field of physics, starting with quantum theory. And this is really an interesting thing to observe. The physicists are already moving beyond materialism and saying this sort of conventional materialist way of thinking is not really accurate. Another scholar that I've cited in a recent article mentions the fact that so the average person in the Western world seems to hold something like a Newtonian view of reality, right? Isaac Newton, the idea that you have these bits of matter moving about in the universe and that is what is fundamentally real. But physics has gone far beyond this. To quote from Dr. Jim Tucker from University of Virginia, what most mainstream scientists seem unaware of, or at most only vaguely aware of, is that the most fundamental findings of physics have now disproven materialism. I mentioned Dr. Tucker in my presentation in Mumbai, which our chair kindly mentioned, where I was talking about past life memory, which is something that Dr. Tucker has explored in great depth. And he's not a Jain, he's not a Hindu or Buddhist. He has concluded, just on the basis of his observations of children, that materialism simply cannot be true, because there are some really remarkable cases where detailed information from other lifetimes is shown to be present in children in ways that cannot be explained through things like having it told to them or them seeing on the internet or in books and so on. So if we turn to Indian philosophy, we can say that while the flip is a relatively novel view in mainstream Western thought, though there have long been a minority of Western thinkers who have held the view that consciousness is intrinsic to reality, the role of consciousness as an essential factor in existence has long been held in Indian schools of thought such as Vedanta, Sankhya, Yoga, Buddhism, and of course in Jain philosophy. I do want to just quickly reiterate that we don't want to overgeneralize. We very often say, well, the West does this and India does this and so on. But there are always exceptions. And there's a very prominent thread, a very important, I would say, thread of Western thought, which emphasizes the primacy of consciousness. The most famous name that quickly comes to mind is George Berkeley from back in the 18th century. He held the view that consciousness was primary and the material world was a projection. So this has been understood by thinkers in the West for a long time, but that has not been the dominant view. Only now is it becoming a little more, I won't even say mainstream, but it's becoming more acceptable to flip this idea. But in India, this has tended to be the basic assumption. Though again, there are exceptions. There were materialist schools of thought in India too. The Charvakas, also called the Lokayatas, that's a materialist school of thought. But the overall thrust of Indian philosophy has been sort of the opposite direction of what we found in the mainstream West. So now if we zero in on Jain philosophy specifically, I want to talk about the Jain version of this affirmation of consciousness as intrinsic to reality. In Jain thought, the jiva, the soul or life force, is one of the 6 dravyas and one of the 7 tattvas. There's a typo here, but one of the 7 tattvas. So what are the 6 dravyas? So these are the essential components of existence. There is the jiva, which we've already mentioned, the soul, the life force. There's pudgala, that is matter, also sometimes called ajiva, though anything that's not jiva is ajiva. So pudgala is specifically matter made up of atomic particles. And now we know subatomic particles. There is dharma, which is the principle of motion or progress. Now, of course, dharma also refers to duty, morality, responsibility, religious practice. These meanings are actually connected because you cannot progress or move in the spiritual life without dharma. But in Jain thought, dharma also is the principle of motion in terms of what makes things move physically in the universe. There's adharma, which is the opposite, the principle of inertia. And again, that applies to the physical world and the realm of morality and spiritual life. There is akasha, space, And in many Jain texts, these are the 5 dravyas. There are other texts that add a 6th, which is kala, or time. The dravyas could be compared to the Kantian categories. I'm referring here to the Western philosopher Immanuel Kant, who tried to define the necessary conditions for any possible experience. And he talks about some of the same things: time, space, motion. Right? These are all concepts that you cannot conceive of any experience that does not have these in some fashion. And so the dravyas play a similar role in Jain thought. They are irreducible, right? One does not break down to the others. Each of them is intrinsic to our experience. Then you have the 7 tattvas, which also include the jiva. The tattvas describe the process by which one becomes bound to karma and then liberated from karma. So we start with the jiva, right, which becomes bound and is then freed. Then ajiva, which in this context refers to matter, pudgala, and most especially to karma, which in the Jain tradition is understood to be a type of matter or energy, a kind of material substance. Ashrava, the influx of the matter into the soul. This is what gives rise to bandha, to karmic bondage. The soul becomes bound because matter adheres to it. It's drawn into the jiva through the kashayas, that is, these dispositions, these emotional reactions that we have to our experiences. These cause disruption in the original pure nature of the jiva, and this has almost a gravitational or a magnetic effect, we could say, that pulls in this one very specific type of material energy into the soul, and then that binds the soul. Right? The soul is therefore unable to do anything to free itself initially from this bondage, because once the karma is there, it has to come to fruition. But all hope is not lost. There are ways of actually removing this karma, and that is the core teaching of Mahavira and of the Jain tradition. So there is samvara, that is, we have to stop more karma from coming in. This is done through samayika, right? Where samayik is also a Jain practice, but its aim is to cultivate a state that is also called samayik, equanimity, where we are alike in joy and sorrow, where we are actually experiencing the soul in its pure nature. Then there's nirjara, that is the expulsion of karmic matter, which it can be done through tapaha, right? Through tapas, through ascetic practice. Things like fasting, things like various kinds of self-denial, and also, of course, the practice of ahimsa. These are all involved in helping get rid of the karma from the soul. And then once all the karma is gone, then there is moksha. The spontaneous nature of the soul arises, and the soul is liberated. Sometimes 9 tattvas are listed. In addition to these 7, there's the differentiation within karma between punya karma, that is karma that leads to temporary happy experiences, and pap karma, which leads to temporary unhappy experiences. So if we look at the role of the jiva in these 2 lists, Indian philosophy is very fond of lists, right? And so everything is categorized. There's a term for each thing. And if we look at the dravyas, the sort of essential components to an experience, and if we also look at the process of liberation, which is the Jain path, right, the moksha marg, the jiva is an irreducible and fundamental element of all of this, not a factor emerging from a more fundamental reality. Ajiva, or matter, is not more fundamental than jiva. It's a parallel reality that coexists with the jiva. They're both elements in our experience, but one does not come from the other. Consciousness, chaitana, in the form of unlimited awareness, or darshana, ananta darshana, and unlimited knowledge, ananta jnana, as well as unlimited bliss, or sukha, unlimited energy or strength, virya, these make up the intrinsic nature of the jiva. The jiva is these 4 infinite things: the infinite awareness, the infinite perception, you could call darshana, the unlimited knowledge, or jnana, as well as the unlimited bliss and strength. The jiva is these 4 qualities all coexisting together. It is in a discussion that was had earlier this morning. The jiva, you could say, is the fundamental substance of which these are its essential properties. Right? Jiva exists where these four come together. And you see in the Jain understanding that consciousness, again, is not this sort of mysterious thing that's being introduced from outside, and then we need to somehow explain why it's there, either through God or evolution. It's just always there. It's one of the fundamental features. And experience, everything we know is via experience. And without experience, there's nothing. And so experience requires consciousness. I also want to reaffirm something Dr. Francione said earlier as well, that by consciousness, we don't necessarily mean sentience, right? We don't necessarily mean the waking state, because not all beings possess this, but all beings experience, right? All beings experience. And Dr. Francione earlier used the example of his cup, and I have a cup like that too. And he said, no one would say that this is a sentient being. I would say, though, that it is full of conscious beings, right? The nigodas, the sort of very, very basic life forms that exist everywhere. This consciousness in its most basic form is all pervasive. A Jain account of consciousness is thus one in which consciousness, in tandem with other similar irreducible elements like Pudgala, like Dharma, Adharma, Akash, Kala, etc., collectively cooperate to generate the universe that we all experience. The irreducibility of consciousness plays an important role in serving as a foundation for practices like ahimsa, or nonviolence toward all living beings in thought, word, and deed, as each living entity is a unique and uniquely valuable element in the totality of being, a unique center of consciousness. How we think of consciousness is thus not merely a theoretical question, but has an impact on how we interact with all living beings. So I would want to underscore what Dr. Francione just said in his presentation, that this is all tied to practice. Right? This is we often sort of tend to differentiate between practice and theory, but these ideas are all really what the spiritual path, the moksha marg, is made up of, right? And without application, these ideas really become just a topic of conversation at best. And the reverse is also true. Without these ideas, how do we practice, right? How do we know what to do? We're blind, right? Without these concepts. So these concepts are really essential to practice and to understanding. And I would even go so far as to say, and to echo other authors who have said, that the tendency to think in a materialist framework that we have in the Western world has played a role in our tendency to behave very violently toward other living beings and toward the earth itself, because they become mere matter, right? They become things that we can utilize. Rather than respecting and honoring them as independent centers of existence in their own right. And so this understanding of consciousness as all pervasive is, I think, really essential to developing a global ethos where we all respect one another as human beings, and then one another as life forms, and even the earth itself. And there was, of course, the famous Gaia hypothesis. There are those who've said we can even think of the earth itself as a living thing in many respects. If you look at astronomy, stars have a life cycle, right? Astronomers talk about stars being born and dying. And an attitude that sees consciousness everywhere is not going to fall into the error of exploiting or using violence or using other beings for our own ends, because it's conducive rather to seeing others as like ourselves. And so this undergirds the moral principle that you see in fact in all traditions, that we should treat other beings as we wish to be treated ourselves. And so I would say that we really need to affirm this idea of consciousness as much as we can, and its intrinsic sort of fundamental character as part of reality, not as something that is some kind of mystery to be solved, but it is our starting point, rather. So I'm not sure how much more time I have, but I'm open to questions.
Yeah, I think we should give time to the interaction, which will be the most valuable part of your presentation. So you have given very good explanation of the consciousness, where it resides. Though there may be some point of differences from my angle, from everyone's angle, but still is open. But and you've given a very good thoughts on this one. It was a treat to listen to you once again. Questions are invited to, or the suggestions or improvement. Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask a question of Jeff. My question is about moment of origin, and the physicists are in the West are of two minds. One, that the process repeats again and again and again and again, and the other is that there was one originary moment called variously the Great Flaring Forth or the Big Bang. And I'm wondering from the Jain perspective, which states that it has always been and always will, if you could comment upon that potential difference between the science of the origin of reality.
Yes, absolutely. That's a wonderful question. And I want to also thank Dr. Chappell. I want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that what I said about Dharma having both a physical and spiritual dimension, I learned that from him. That was a conversation we had many years ago. I don't know if you remember that. But yes, in terms of origins, as Dr. Chappell says, there are two models sort of in contention now in physics. The idea that the Big Bang, the singularity, was the absolute beginning of everything, and then the idea that there is an ongoing process. And clearly the second is much, much closer to what the Jain tradition and most Indian traditions also teach. You can almost see a parallel there in terms of Western religion and Indian teachings that, in the West, there's an assumption that there is a beginning, right? The Bible starts in the beginning. Whereas you find in the Jain tradition, this ongoing series of cycles, there's a Utsarpani, Avasarpani, and it just keeps going and going. I always get nervous when I talk about some of these topics because I'm really not a physicist, but from what I've been following, another topic that has interested me is the idea of an end of the universe. And a lot of physicists talk about what they now call the heat death of the universe, right? That it's just going to expand and expand until even atoms can't have cohesion any longer. And I heard, and this is totally a layperson's perspective, but this is actually something I heard on Stephen Colbert's show the other day, but Neil deGrasse Tyson was speaking with him about this. And he mentioned the very real possibility that many physicists are leaning toward, that process of that heat death will itself produce another Big Bang, and which of course opens up the possibility that our Big Bang was the outcome of the death of some prior universe. So this is obviously, I'm biased, but I lean toward that view that the never beginning, never ending continuum of cycles, which fits well with the Indic perspective. Just because I've always struggled with the idea of a beginning, because I think, why was that point in the beginning? What was special about that point? So, but yes, thank you for that question.
One question from my side. Is brain essential for the consciousness, or a ganglion or the neuron, single neuron, is sufficient to have the consciousness?
I would, yeah, from a Jain perspective. I'm sorry.
No, as a Jain perspective, I'm not talking as a neurologist, I'm talking as a scientist. Right. That even single neuron is also a conscious element.
Right.
So do you need a brain or not? Or can you have the mind without brain?
I think the distinction that Dr. Francione made earlier between consciousness and sentience is really, really important here. I would, in fact, he and I might disagree about this a little bit. I tend to lean a little bit toward a kind of a pan-experientialist or pan-psychist view that, that there's even what we could call consciousness at the subatomic level. But how is that able to express itself in the macro level world in which we exist? To me, that seems to require a brain, right? That sentience, you could say consciousness in its conventional sense, certainly requires that. Where I would differ, I think, with many neurologists is that rather than seeing the brain as the basis of consciousness, I tend to look at it, and again, I'm not a neurologist either, but based on what I've studied, it seems that it's more like a transmitter or maybe a receiver, something that could be analogized well with a radio or a television. I had a very good conversation, a series of conversations with a colleague of mine who is a hardcore materialist. And we were talking about this, and he used a very violent image. He said, if I bash in your head, you have, you no longer exist. You have no more consciousness. And I replied to him, I said, if I smash my television set, I can no longer see the people on the news, but do they no longer exist? Is the network no longer broadcasting? They're broadcasting, it's just my receiver doesn't work anymore. So I think this would be a very rich avenue for research, that how do neurons interact with things on the quantum level such that we might think of this as a great receiver rather than an originator of consciousness.
You were correct in saying,
Professor
plant
Francioni.
science says that we don't need a brain. Plants communicate. They don't apparently have a brain.
Yeah. So it's what Dr. Long has said correctly. It is the expression of the consciousness which is differ between the brain and the single neuron. Thank you very much, Dr. Long, once again. We come to the last
Professor Francioni has raised his hand.
Okay.
Muni Mahendra Kumarji.
Oh, okay. A quick question. Jeff.
Yes.
First of all, I wanted to say on my desk, my reference books. One of them is. Can you see Can you see your book there?
I can.
It's one of the few books I like almost as much as my own books. But in any event, my question is, is it really accurate to say that Jainism embraces the flip? Because the flip, as I understand it, is that consciousness pervades matter. And I've always understood Jainism to say that Chaitanya is a characteristic of Jiv.
Yes.
Not of Pudgal, not of Edjiv.
Yes.
So you could say, well, Ekandriya have it, including plants, air, water, fire. But can you say that, to the extent that no beings of air, fire, water are contained in this cup, the panpsychist would say we can still talk about consciousness. I'm not sure, and I'd like your help here. I'm not sure you could say that the Jain believes that. I just don't think that's the case.
I think you're right about that, in the sense that, and again, when we talk about the flip, when people having this conversation refer to Indian philosophies, they'll often turn to Advaita Vedanta or Mahayana Buddhism, and they're basically flipping the equation, so that rather than matter being prior and consciousness evolving from it, you have consciousness being prior and matter evolving from consciousness, or being a projection of consciousness. The Jain view, I think, is distinct from that, and I think you're correct to point that out. The Jain view is pluralistic all the way down. Jiva is not Pudgala, Pudgala is not Akash, Akash is not Dharma, etc. They are distinct. And I think this pluralism is an important voice to bring into the conversation, because, as you say, without that, we do end up with conscious teacups, and then when we put that on and I think it's actually an important point, because connecting with your presentation, there are people who will then use that as a cop-out and say, well, if everything's consciousness, then there's really nothing that it doesn't matter what I do, and people can eat meat and so on, and it, because, well, how can you avoid it? So I think those distinctions are important ones, and there could be further sort of metaphysical and philosophical debate about how that all actually works out in detail. But I think that and this is why, in the Jain perspective, actually one reason Anekantavad developed, partially in response to the claims of groups like the Advaitins and the Buddhists, was that from a Jain perspective, these views about all things being consciousness, actually undermine spiritual practice.
Yeah.
Because if, like Strawberry Fields Forever, if nothing is real, then you do whatever you want, right?
Exactly.
Okay, Muni Mahendra Kumarji, he wants to say something. Yeah. Yes.
I want to make some points clear in Jeffrey Long's lecture, and also Pratap Santidhi's question. the Jainism has divided the whole living beings, all living beings, mainly from one point of view into two types, Sangi and Asangi. Ekendriya, that is the living beings with one sense organ. Then living beings with two sense organs, Dvindriya, three sense organs, three Indriya, Chaturindriya, four sense organs, and even a few living beings which are called the five sense organs, either subhumans or even humans. They are called Asangi or Sammurcham Manushya. All these beings have consciousness but are devoid of brain. No mind, no brain. So this is to be understood that brain, or what we call mind, is at a very higher level that the Jeev attains. Otherwise, at the lower levels, the lower organisms, all of them are without mind, without brain. So consciousness then, it works, it functions through only sense organs, without mind, without brain. And we, in scientific terminology, we can understand it as like that the lower animals, that is invertebrates have no vertebrate column and no the developed nervous system or brain as human beings are, or higher animals have. In invertebrates, living beings, all, they have got instinct, and these instincts are expressed through the biochemical changes which take place in the body. Body is a material body, and the biochemical changes which take place in that body are expressed, are converted into instinct. Animals and these insects, invertebrate beings, they have got instinct. It is very clear that instinct is basically, essentially a part of consciousness. Even plants have got their own types of instincts. In Jainism, we talk about Sangya, 10 kinds of basic instincts, in which Ahar Sangya, Bhay Sangya, Maithun Sangya, Parigra Sangya, Krodh Sangya, Man Sangya, Maya Sangya, Lobh Sangya, Og Sangya, and Lok Sangya. These are 10 basic Sangyas. These are all instincts. These are not the direct functions of brain or mind. So we have to understand that in most of the living beings, except the human beings or higher subhuman beings, which is called as Sangeetriyanj Panchendri, except them, the whole world of consciousness, the whole world of souls, living beings, they are devoid of mind or brain. But they have got the biochemical functions, bioelectrical functions, which are through them all the expressions of the consciousness come out. So we have to distinguish between the modern anatomy, physiology in the human being and the other beings. And on the other hand, the concept of Sanya is the basic function of consciousness in all living beings. So in this way, we can make it very clear. First thing. Second thing is, there is one point to be remembered, which generally people neglect or they forget. That is what? That in this worldly existence, which is beginningless, which is endless, every soul, infinite number of souls who are in this worldly existence, they are called Sansari Jiva. They are mundane, in mundane existence. Although, from the point of view of a transcendental Naya, that is Nishchay Naya, everyone, every mundane soul, mundane living being has a soul which in itself is pure and is as pure and perfect as the soul of liberated soul. There is no difference, but on account of the mixture with, or the combination, or the contamination with the karmic particles. Again, the cycle of karmic particles and the consciousness, the relation is again beginningless. It is not like that the only soul was there, it did some activity and the particles came. Not like that. Otherwise also only particles were there, and the soul came and then particles were attacked. That is called the bondage, has no beginning with respect to time. That's why at every point we have to remember that mere soul, apart from the material existence in the form of karmic body and other bodies, it is not possible in mundane existence. Always they are close together. They are bound together, always from beginningless time. So we have to take this point into account. When we say about only consciousness, actually the pure consciousness, perfect consciousness, that is of the liberated soul, it is the result of the endeavor of the soul through which it becomes free from the beginningless clutches of the karmic bondage. That is, in the end it happens. Otherwise, in this world, what we call as from beginningless time, both consciousness and matter, they are closely, intimately connected, united with each other. Now, when science says that consciousness evolved from matter, we have to understand it from one point of view. How? It is only because of the karmic phenomena. The karmic phenomena in itself is a material phenomena. The Ayushya karma, it is mainly responsible for a new life to begin and again the life to end. Life and death, that is beginning and end of a life, is due to the phenomena of karma. That is matter. Without matter, this life and death cannot occur. So in that sense, we have to understand the scientific view also, in that sense only, that mutual relation, interaction of conscious matter, conscious reality, that is soul, consciousness, and non-conscious or physical reality, matter. This interaction is responsible for all processes of soul, including what we call, not basically, not from the transcendental point of view, but from empirical point of view, it can be said that matter is responsible for evolving consciousness into life in one form of life. It will end in another form of life. The main cause is because of the contamination of karmic material particles. This should be remembered always.
Thank you, Muniji.
Thank you very much, sir. Muniji have given the very good explanation to be understood by us. Dr. Geoffrey Lang, thank you once again. Your presentation has invited a lot of discussions and the inputs. I thank you once again. The next or the last topic of the current session is from a scientist cum philosopher, Dr. Surinder Singh Pokharna from Ahmedabad, India. He is a scientist at ISRO who has turned later on to the philosophy. He has got large number of publications, around 150 in the diverse field in the physics, spirituality, and Jainism. He is actively involved in the launch of many institutions, including Jain Academy of Scholars and the Dr. Daulat Singh Kothari Institute for Research and Education in Udaipur. I invite Dr. Pokharna to speak on the 47 Shaktis of Atma and how it can be related to the modern science. Dr. Pokharna, please.
Am I audible to you, all of you?
Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Okay. So, and the title of this presentation is 47 Shaktis of Atma in Jainism and Analogous Ideas in the Modern Science. Actually, I am very, very grateful to my parents, my grandmother, and my relatives, Pupa and Bua, who have laid foundation for doing this work. So I am finding myself still interconnected with them. So this is the interconnection I want to appreciate actually. Then there are so many great souls who have played a very important role in taking up this type of initiative and doing this work from last about 50 years or so. So these are all my gurus who are at the top. And then there are many scientists, Professor D.S. Kothari, Professor B.D. Josephson, Professor E.C.G. Sudarshan, Professor K.P. Sinha, and my PhD guide, Dr. U.N. Upadhyay. They have encouraged me like anything from last 40, 50 years to take up this work seriously. So I am actually indebted to them. And I have come across a book written by Kanji Swami as a part of my thesis, which I am doing for Indian Council of Philosophical Research. I have come across a book by Kanji Swami, which has played a very important role in just understanding the concept of Atma. I am also grateful to Acharya Kanaknandi Marasa, who has started a full course on 47 Shaktis at my request, which has really helped me a lot in understanding this. Then Acharya Namra Muni, Acharya Mahendra Muni, and Acharya Rajaswariswarji Marasa, who have also encouraged me a lot. So I am really indebted to them. Now, the summary of my talk is Acharya Kunda Kunda through Samay Sar has defined 47 Shaktis of Atma in Prakrit about 2000 years ago. Its Sanskrit commentary by Acharya Amrit Chandji Maharaj about 1000 years afterwards provides commentaries. Acharya Kanji Swami provides an in-depth description of them about 50 years ago. These Shaktis describe foundation of Atma and reality. These Shaktis appear to indicate a holographic picture of Atma, treating the infinite Shaktis as some kind of oscillations or waves. These are some of the ideas which I have developed over time. Then a model of reality based on what is known as universal writing system and nilpotent quantum mechanics, which has just come up recently only, imply that Atma and rest of the reality appear to constitute two vector spaces which are dual of each other, containing same information. Concept of therefore Samudgat, Siddha and Keval Gyan can be explained using this new concept. And I would also say that using the same thing, we have found a quantitative evidence that Pratyaksha Gyan or direct knowledge through consciousness is possible, and you will be surprised with the results which we are getting are absolutely fascinating. Now, I want to start with the whole point. I was a scientist in ISRO and we used to launch rockets. Now, as you know, every scientist will be looking at the trajectory of the rocket, whether it is going in the right direction or not. So they used to look at this. But I was looking at the other side of the coin also, that is below the smoke or the fire which is going on, the gases which were going out below at the temperature of 800 to about 1200 degrees centigrade. So being a Jain with very, very interesting sanskars from my parents, I used to think how many insects are getting killed in each launch which are there from Vayukai. So how many Vayukai jivas are being killed by this launching? Should we not take that also into account when we talk of success of any launch of satellite or of any payload? So that started thinking in my mind that we have to take the whole reality into account because they are interconnected. We can't separate them out. That is the perspective which is needed. Now, why there is a serious problem, why we should discuss the concept of consciousness, in my opinion, we are losing more than 25,000 biological species a year, which is lot faster than we are discovering them. 150 billion animals are slaughtered every year for food. What effect would they have on climate? Half of the animals in the world have disappeared since 1970. Then almost the entire decline is due to human activity. Through habitat loss, deforestation, climate change, overfishing, and hunting and eating. Now, Earth is therefore moving towards what is known as the sixth extinction. Now, the point is that in last 550 million years, it has happened only 5 times that there were extinctions of the Earth. That is, the percentage of living beings on the Earth have disappeared, have died on a very large scale, but they were all natural. They were all nature-made. But this sixth extinction, which may take place very shortly, may start from after 100 years or 50 years or something like that, is going to be human-made. And the basis of that is that we are talking about science, technology, economic development, and all these things. So the whole concept needs to be re-examined in this perspective. Now, what science has done is that it has given us mobile, satellite, a rocket, a train, a Google network, or like this. But unfortunately, science is not able to produce an ant or a blade of grass. So, because they come from life only. So life comes from life. It is not able to create. But because of too much focus on science, technology, and economic development, we have brought this world to a very, very miserable situation in general and for the future generations in particular. Sorry. Some problem. Sorry. So, okay. So now, I mean, that is the whole issue. Now, there is another aspect of the story. I will not zoom it. There's some problem. So I will just keep it like this only. So there's another story that we have Swami Vivekananda. Now, he has photogenic memory. So people say that he was in a highly developed state of consciousness. So what is that? That higher state of consciousness, what type of things it bring into picture? That has to be examined by science. We can't just say that. Normally, we had the process of Satavdan, this Jain monk whose name is Ajit Chand Sagarji Maharaj Sahab. He is having a power of 500 avdans. That is, if you ask him 500 questions for say 5 hours, 6 hours continuously, he will remember them and then he will reply each one by one continuously for say 2 hours, 3 hours or like that. Now, what is that thing about the consciousness and how it can be developed to that stage? What changes it brings about? That is a system which needs extraordinary attention of the scientists. Now, there is another gentleman. His name is this Pranas Bhai Jani. He was living in Gujarat and he just expired 1 year ago only. I have met him twice. He has not taken food and water from last 75 years. Now, this is a big challenge to science, very big challenge to science, that how it is possible. Then there is another example. This lady, her name is the Bhuri Bai, and she's from Nathdwara, a place in Rajasthan. She got Atma Gyan, that is knowledge through consciousness directly, in 1928. In this particular picture, she is sitting with Acharya Rajneesh. Now it is said about her that she will just straight away tell us what is written in a book if a book is given to her. She will not look at the book. She will keep the book aside at one place, and then she will start telling that on page 1, this is written, on page 2, it is written, so on and so forth. This is an example, and I have checked it actually. Then we have example of Ramanujan. Now it is said about Ramanujan that he also has gifted some kind of gift by his deity, whose name was Namgiri. Now before his death, he has written some equation or some function known as modular function. Now those modular functions could not be understood by any mathematician in last 100 years. You will be surprised, I mean. But now very recently, these have been used to understand the superstring theory. Now, what is that? Now, similarly, this is an example that this is a place near Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. In 1971 Indo-Pak War, Pakistan threw about 3,000 bombs, but nothing happened to this temple. And those bombs are still being shown in this temple. And I have come to know that I just did some research, and I found that there was a blessing of one deity that in the area of 24 by 24 course, they used to call it course, about 80 kilometer by 80 kilometer, nothing will happen. And blessings are there from last 1,000 years. Now, this is a very, very strange observation, very impressive for scientists. Then there are what is known as this 9 type of parapsychic processes. I will not go into the details, but you can just go through them. They are established, but they are not being explainable using the modern science. And we can't reject them, because since current science cannot explain it, it doesn't mean that they are wrong. We have to modify our current science in a drastic way. That is need of the hour. Okay, now again, there are millions of people take help of astrology in many decision making and they study this process. So can we deny them? Many people have advanced information about critical events in the dreams. Many people go to temples and believe that their deities will help in solving their problems. Many mystic phenomena are there which are wrong. Just like Labdis and Siddhis, which are there in Jainism, they are being discussed for hundreds of years. Similarly, in Bhaktambar, there was one Mantunga Swamiji, when he was chanting this Bhaktambar, about 48 chains with which he was bound, they started just, getting broken. Now, this is an example which is required me to think over. Then there is another concept, I will not go into detail again. There is a fundamental problem that the way the biological systems are treated by the modern science is not correct. Biological systems are different from the physical system, and they require a different approach. So this different approach involves not only consciousness, but many other things, like they are open system, continuously interacting with the environment, they have memory, and the concept of infinite amplification of the thought process, so on and so forth. So in principle, the current science which talk of space-time invariance for any experimental verification cannot strictly work on this system in principle. Then we have many scientists are talking about what is known as these higher dimensions. And there is one scientist, Maiko Kaku, he has written a very good book on this hyperspace. And that he talks about this thing in very detail. He talks about Ramanujan also, he talks about Devi Devta also, and he says that they are possible in the higher dimensions. Now, this is the book which I have read for about 3 times. It's a 550-page long book. It is in Gujarati, but actually the script is Gujarati, but it is in Hindi. And this is based on about 19 lectures delivered by Kanji Swami. It's a huge thing, I would say, which can give new direction to the whole science. Now, brief summary of 47 Shaktis. I will not go into the details again of this, but I have picked up some of them, but most of them are covered indirectly. So first is Darshan, Gyan, and Chetna. I will not go into the details for this audience. Infinite Shaktis exist simultaneously, but each has Paryas in a sequence. Then Dravya Shakti and Paryas, they are again well known to this community. Atma is beyond space and time. Dravya Kal, and Bhav are another set of major properties. Then Karma and Atma are two distinct substances. 6 karkas determine total dynamics of the system. Now, they are very, very fascinating, I tell you. Now, another interesting point which I have noted is that, sorry, I mean, they call it Atma Dravya Hetu Bhutu Chaitanya, this Kara Lakshana, Jivatva Shakti, and all those things. Now, you see the structure of the Shakti, the way it is described, you see it consists of so many sub-words, Atma, Dravya, Hetu, Bhut, Chaitanya, and so on and so forth. But they are connected. So this language reflects some kind of wholeness or connectedness among the various subsets. So we require a language which can talk about interconnecting the whole thing. And from this, it appears that wholeness and reductionism are both built even in the language. So that is to be recognized. Now, due to this,
we have 2 minutes, sir.
How many?
2 minutes, please wrap up. Yeah, 2 minutes, please wrap up. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so I will go into detail now. Now these Shaktis are described by Shakti 1, Shakti 2, Shakti infinity, but they are very similar to what we have, this oscillation, and it looks exactly like this oscillation. And next thing is that they talk of what is known as this Agaru Lagutva Shakti. So each paryaya consists of losses of parts, losses of gunas, gains of parts, and gains of gunas, and they are infinite as well as innumerable and finite. If we examine closely, they clearly reflect quantum entanglement type of property. Now, similarly, there is another property, Shakal Karma Uparam Pravrata Atma Praje Deshat Rupa Niskata Shakti. It shows that even in the fourth Gunistan, there is this knowledge and these things are present in all the Atma Pradesha. It is not like this, that this is just present in some of them and others are empty. Now, this again very strongly says that this is an indication towards holographic structure. Similarly, this karkas, 6 type of karkas are defined. They are well known to this community. I will not go into details, but their analysis shows that they have there is some kind of topological structure at very basic fundamental level. Then it also shows that the Shaktis are not completely parallel, not completely independent. There is a weak independence among them also. They are weakly correlated. Again, they indicate some kind of the hologram type of structure. Now this infinite and finite, this our Prime Minister was surrendering before the Ram Janmabhoomi, that Ram temple. It shows that finite, however powerful it is always much smaller than the infinity. Now, 47 Shaktis indicate a hologram-like structure. Each Shakti appears to represent the parinaman oscillation of one wave like frequency, amplitude, and certain phase variation. Infinite Shaktis appear to represent infinite waves, according to the process of Fourier transform of complex movement. And Atma Pradesh can contain total information. Now, this again very strongly indicates that it has a hologram type of structure. The diffraction-like process among these Shaktis had lead to a hologram appears to be similar to quantum hologram proposed by Markov. Now, this quantum hologram is very different from the classical hologram. This quantum hologram contains what is known as non-local information. And this non-local information is extremely important, and the information is also stored in the phase factor of the wave function. Now, that is again very important concept. Now, so this indicates
Professor Prakarna, we need to end shortly.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you,
this was the difference between the two. But now I come out the basic of universal rewriting system. In this, everything is produced from zero. That is the new theory, latest theory. It talks about a system is based on the assumption that zero is foundation of reality, and it start writing any alphabet, say +1 if we assume that -1 will be automatically there. Now, this is a very important and very new concept. It has been further developed to explain the Dirac equation of fermion and the corresponding vacuum state. So the fermion is described by, say, this Dirac equation, then the vacuum state is described by inverse of that. Now, that is a very profound concept. So this universal writing system indicates this thing. I will not go into this. I will just come to this. These are the two vector spaces. All these 5 substances are contained in the vector space A, and there is another vector space D, which is Atma, I call it. This has only knowledge. And there is an exchange of information or knowledge between the two, which is continuously going on. But this theory is such that this Atma has to be non-physical, and it cannot have the properties of this. It has only information.
Excuse me, Dr. Pokarna. For
Okay,
the sake of audience, you will have to conclude. You have to just close it.
I will just take two.
For the sake of audience, please.
Yeah. So I just want to say that this is the holographic structure of the universe. And what is the proof that this Atma Pradesh has knowledge and all these things? So in Jainism, we talk about 6 types of Avdi Gyans, and there is Vardhaman Avdi Gyan. Through this, one can see the smallest particle of nature, even the Parmanu. So this can be explained using this. This has been explained in this, what is known as measurement of length in Jainism. This table shows from, it is from Bhagavati Sutra, and it shows that the smallest particle of matter has size of the order of 10 to the power minus 11 centimeter, which is between the size of atom and nucleus. So this is very startling. It appears to be a direct interaction of consciousness with the matter. Then there is one example which I have taken. I will take just 2 minutes more. I think
Pokarna sir, I think the time is up. The organizers are asking me to stop the thing.
Yeah, we're sorry. Yeah, we have to. Thank you so much, Professor Pokarna. And thank you very much, Professor Sancheti, for chairing the panel. We really appreciate seeing you and being able to sort of hear the conclusion of this panel, which was Karma Theory and the Development of Consciousness, chaired by Professor Pratap Sancheti. And we also had Namramuni Maharaj Sahab, Professors Gary Fransoni, Jeffrey Long, and Professor Surendra Singh Pokarna. I know there were exceptional presentations, and we were very interested in continuing the conversation, and we hope we'll do that by email and on chat as well. We will come back here in about 15 minutes, actually about 12 minutes, 15 minutes past the hour, for the next panel, which will be the evolution of consciousness in Jain and Western perspectives, which will be chaired by Dr. Professor Kirti Jain. Thank you so much, and we'll see you after the intermission.
FIU's Jain Studies program is the first endowed Jain Studies academic program in North America. For a decade, the university has worked with the Jain community to contribute to the understanding of this remarkable faith tradition and civilization.
To me, when we look into Jainism, we create Center for Jain Studies. We need to bring to the world what drives success, what drives a peaceful life, what brings happiness.
The Jain community feels very comfortable with the university. They say university is very much organic part of the community. Even if you're a Jain or a Muslim or whatever, for the local community, they know that they can reach out to the university. That the university has done.
My experience here as a researcher, and also like as a member of the Jain community, has completely changed my view of seeing Jainism. Like earlier, I used to see it more as like a ritualistic religion, but here now I can envisage it as more like scientific.
FIU enjoys a close connection to the Jain community, particularly the Jain Education and Research Foundation, JERF.
We want to put the FIU in the world map, saying that this is the first professorship started in FIU, and it created a significant impact in the local community in Florida itself and then globally worldwide.
When non-Jains look at the Jain ideas and come and tell us about it, we learn a little bit more about ourselves. And that's the idea, is that it's not just about sharing, but it's about also us growing with the time, around the values that we value so much.
It is not about the religion. It's not about conversion. I think what we want is just an opportunity to present our age-old pearls and wisdoms of Jainism. Yeah, and I really feel that FIU Jain Studies is the right partner, is the right step for us.
FIU has created new courses that can be taught anywhere in Florida, including the first introduction to Jainism. The university offers certifications and concentrations in Jainism for undergrad, graduate, and beginning this year, a dual religious studies global and socio-cultural studies doctorate.
even if you don't become a practicing religious person, you should at least understand the values, which is non-violence, tolerance for other, and non-attachment to all the material things, right? The vegetarian lifestyle.
I was just being taught that, okay, you should do this, you should do that. But I never knew like what was the reason behind it, like why we should do it. So I think imparting knowledge and values about the tradition in the right way, and also like through an academic perspective, that's the best that we can do to promote our religion. So I want to serve as a professor and contribute to the society.
Once I found out what Jainism was, I was like super interested in learning about it because I've been vegetarian since I was like 8 years old, and it was a personal decision of mine when I was younger. I mean, ahimsa is the #1 principle in the religion, so I really like respected that and I wanted to learn more.
Each year, the program hosts 2 major lectures that highlight both cutting-edge academic research in the study of Jainism and community activism through the Mahavir Jayanti and Mahavir Nirvan lectures.
The Mahavir Nirvan lectures, they were very helpful because it gave an experience of like communicating, first-hand experience again of engaging with Jain community as well as the Jain scholars from different universities.
Students and professors are encouraged to do research with the Jain Vishva Bharati Institute in India and the International Summer School in Jain Studies. Each year, FIU hosts 2 Jain nuns, Samanis, who teach courses and provide extracurricular opportunities on Jainism, such as Praksha meditation.
So in my class, I find almost 75 to 100 students every year, and I find that all are very receptive by learning all these great principles of Indian culture, Asian culture, and also Jain culture. And they are finding that this is the religion which should be taught in every university.
Along with this growth of FIU's programs was the expansion of our model to many other universities in North America. And not 2 months goes by that I don't read about some other university establishing a postdoc program, a professorship, an assistantship, whatever it is, in Jain studies at their university, bringing people very knowledgeable about Jainism to their universities.
A new Center for Jain Studies at FIU would further introduce Jain ethics and virtues to the world by encouraging interdisciplinary research and connecting scholars, policymakers, and activists worldwide.
If you ask me what I would like for my next 10 years is how we think of a research-driven center. And by research, I mean we would like to research and see more similarities across different religious beliefs, different religious groups, and try to share what we stand for. And one way to share is through publications.
So I think our original goal has been fulfilled. I mean, beyond our wildest dreams, it's been done. So the next thing, as you said, is to make this the biggest Jain center. But why do we make it Jain center? So that we can bring Jainism or Jain values to common Americans and communicate to them in a way that they understand.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sheldrick. I'm Pooja Bhantia. You wish to test your system.
Yet another conference. I'm hoping a lot more comes out of it.
Yeah, I think we'll try to definitely publish some of the papers from the conference and then also develop more like a virtual network and see if we can continue some of these discussions.
Yes.
All right, so I will start very quickly. All right, everyone, welcome back. So we are now starting the last panel for the day. The title of the panel is Evolution of Consciousness in Jain and Western Perspectives. And we are honored here to have Dr. Kirti Jain, who will be the moderator, and other members of the panel will be Rupert Sheldrick, Acharya Kanakanandi, Kalyan Gangwal, Christopher Chappell, Brianne Donaldson, Anand Vaidya, and Purushotama Bilmoria from now until the end of the conference. So just to introduce Dr. Jain, he is a practicing oncologist and an entrepreneur. He sees academic Jain education as a key element to the promotion of a Jain way of life. He was a past chair of the Jain Education and Research Foundation, which is our partner with Florida International University. And he's the academic liaison of Jaina, which is the Jain Association of North America. He is actively engaged with the endowed professorships at FIU, University of North Texas, Rice University, and Willamette University. So we're very honored to have Dr. Jain chairing this session, who will introduce now Professor Rupert Sheldrake. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar. Well, let me tell you how lucky I feel to have been associated with JERF and FIU for the last 10 years. I don't think I've ever found a more friendlier and more selfless group of people, and how proud I feel about the progress that this professorship has made, that now we're talking about establishing an international Jain think tank at FIU, and the talks are well along the way. With that said, I might also add that with so many divine and dignified souls in attendance today, I feel a bit tiny, something like an atom or the tiniest Jain unit of time. So let me start with seeking blessings of all the acharyas, munis, sadhvijis, samnijis, and Jain to all my friends and colleagues. With that, I would like to introduce Professor Rupert Sheldrake. He's a biologist and a fine one at that, considered one of the world's more innovative scientists. He's been the director of the Perot-Warwick project for research on unexplained human abilities. He was a fellow of Clare College at Cambridge, UK, where he was director of studies in cell biology and was also a research fellow of the Royal Society. He's currently a fellow of the Institute of Noetic Studies in Petaluma, California, and of Schumacher College in Dartington, England. He's authored 90 technical papers and 9 books, including bestsellers like A New Science of Life, Dog That Knows When Their Owners Come Home, or Dogs That Know When Their Owners Come Home, as well as Science Set Free. In Science Set Free, which was originally published in UK under the title The Science Delusion, Dr. Sheldrake argues how science is being constricted by assumptions that have, over years, hardened into dogmas, and how such dogmas are not only limiting, but outright dangerous for the future of humanity. So he's going to tell us through this fascinating field of collective memory of a species, the morphic resonance and the morphic fields and biological system. Can't wait to hear about this fascinating subject. Dr. Sheldrake, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you at this conference. Western biology, or now global biology, is in many ways a science in its infancy compared with some of the understandings of life present in Jain philosophy. So some of what I'm saying may seem rather crude. However, this research, empirical research, has its great strengths in that it can move forward progressively through laboratory experiments. I'm talking about the hypothesis of morphic resonance today, which is expressed through morphic fields. I'll say more about the fields in a moment. But first, about the idea of morphic resonance. This is the idea that there's a kind of memory in nature. In its most general sense, it says that the laws of nature are more like habits. Each species has a kind of collective memory. Each individual contributes to that collective memory and in turn draws upon it. And perhaps from the Western point of view, the most radical aspect of this hypothesis is that memories, our own personal memories, are not stored inside our brains as material traces, which is the conventional scientific view, but instead depend on resonance from our own pasts. This is a very different view from the standard Western and current scientific view. The current scientific view is based on an assumption that goes right back to Pythagoras and Plato in ancient Greece. And like the other Greek philosophers, they thought that the whole of reality was a reflection of eternal principles beyond space and time. Pythagoras and his school thought this depended on eternal mathematical principles and laws. And Plato generalized this to the idea that everything in nature is a reflection of an eternal archetype beyond time and space. In the 17th century, with the birth of modern mechanistic science, these assumptions were incorporated into the foundations of modern science, and they've remained unquestioned ever since. And the idea basically is that the laws of nature are fixed. They're outside space and time. They're like ideas in the mind of a mathematical God. Although many modern Western scientists are now atheists and don't believe in God, they still believe in the mind of God beyond space and time, filled with mathematical laws. These laws were supposed to have been present at the moment of the Big Bang, like a kind of cosmic Napoleonic code that has governed the universe ever since. The Big Bang theory, which is an evolutionary theory of cosmology, only became orthodox in around 1966. Before that, most scientists thought the universe was eternal, and eternal laws made sense in an eternal universe. But we now live in a radically evolutionary universe, according to the contemporary theories. And this then raises the question, if everything else evolves, why shouldn't the laws of nature evolve? After all, human laws, which are the basis of this metaphor of laws of nature, do evolve. The laws of Britain today, the laws of India, the laws of the US are not the same as the laws 100 years ago. And in fact, in the US and in Britain, we have common law where the legal system is continually evolving under the influence of precedents and decisions made on the basis of precedents. But this still is a very anthropocentric idea. Law is something that only humans have, and moreover, only that civilized humans have. Tribes have customs. I suggest a better metaphor is habit. And what I'm suggesting really is that the so-called laws of nature are more like evolving habits. They change as the universe evolves, and there's a kind of inherent memory in nature. From a Western point of view, this is a very shocking idea because Western philosophies have simply not had the idea of habits or memory in nature, at least until philosophers like Henri Bergson, the great French philosopher, began to suggest a memory principle in nature, in his case, confined to humans at the end of the 19th century. But in Eastern philosophies, in Hindu, Buddhist, and other Eastern philosophies, I don't know much about the Jain philosophy, the idea of habit or memory is much, much more widespread. I lived in India for 2 years. I was working, for 7 years. I was working in the International Crops Research Institute in Hyderabad, ICSJP, where I had quite a few Jain colleagues. And when I discussed these ideas of morphic resonance with my Hindu or Jain colleagues, they were not at all shocked by the idea of memory in nature. Most of them said, This is not a new idea. Ancient rishis have said this thousands of years ago. But in the context of science, which is dominated by its Western heritage, it is a new idea. Because it's a scientific hypothesis, it should be experimentally testable. And what I'm going to discuss now is some of the experimental tests or predictions. Conventional scientific ideas suggest that everything should be fixed. The behavior of everything in physics and chemistry and biology should happen the same time, same way every time it happens, whether it's the first time it happens or the millionth time it happens or the billionth time it happens. It shouldn't make any difference because the so-called laws of nature are supposed to be the same at all times and in all places. And that's one reason why scientists say everything should be repeatable anywhere by anyone, because the laws of nature don't change and they're the same everywhere. Originally, as I said, this idea arose out of theology, the idea that the laws of nature were ideas in the mind of God, and God didn't change and God was everywhere. This was a kind of Platonic conception of God, certainly not the only conception, even within Christian theology. Nevertheless, this is the assumption that's taken root in science and is taken for granted by most scientists, not because they've thought about it, but because they haven't. This hypothesis predicts that if you make a new chemical for the first time, and every year thousands of new chemicals are made by chemists in universities and drug companies, the first time you crystallize it, there won't be a habit for those crystals because it hasn't existed before. So you may have to wait a long time for a new form, a new crystal lattice structure to come into being. The second time you crystallize it anywhere in the world, it should happen a little bit easier because of an influence by morphic resonance from the first crystals. Morphic resonance works on the basis of similarity across time and space from the past to the present. And if it's been crystallized hundreds or thousands of times, it should get progressively easier to crystallize. Well, is this what happens? Well, yes, it's well known to chemists that new compounds are often very hard to crystallize. As time goes on, they get easier. But they don't usually explain it in terms of morphic resonance. They simply assume that this must be because fragments of previous crystals have been wafted around the world in the atmosphere or transferred from lab to lab on the beards or clothing of migrant scientists. These assumptions, these are just assumptions. There's never been a rigorous test of this fundamental idea in science. The same principles surprisingly apply to melting points, which are supposed to be physical constants. If a new compound has occurred many times and been crystallized, its crystals should become more stable as a result of these repeated crystallizations as of its existence in a crystal form. It should therefore be harder to destroy the crystal by heat. Therefore, the melting point should go up. And surprisingly, the melting points of new compounds do seem to go up. I've been documenting these, and some of the increases are quite large, 10, 20 degrees centigrade or more. Now, again, most chemists would deny that this has anything to do with morphic resonance. They just say that they get better at making the crystals, the samples are purer, have fewer impurities, which mean that they must, their melting points would rise. Nevertheless, this is a widespread phenomenon and it agrees with these predictions. And again, this has not been rigorously tested because it's a heretical idea and any chemist who tests it would risk their job or career, at least in Western countries. Now, this same principle applies to biology. It means that if you grow an animal in such a way, or a plant, in an environment that makes it develop unusually into an abnormal form, the more often you expose it to that environment, the more frequently it should produce that abnormal form. It should become easier and more normal for the abnormal form to appear. In the first slide, I show a fruit fly. And as you know, fruit flies, like all flies, have two wings. At the top, you see a normal fruit fly, Drosophila. At the bottom, you see an abnormal fruit fly with four wings. And these fruit flies can appear both as a result of genetic mutations in what's called the bithorax gene complex, or as a result of unusual environments during the early embryonic development. If you expose the eggs of fruit flies to diethyl ether 3 hours after they're laid, then some of them develop four wings instead of two. This has nothing to do with genetic mutations. They remain genetically the same. It's called a phenocopy. The phenotype is different, but the genes remain the same. Now, if you keep doing that generation after generation, as the next slide shows, the proportion of fruit flies starts at about 2%. You see at the bottom of the slide there on the left, the first generation, it's about 2% abnormal flies. The vertical axis is the percentage of flies with four wings. And as you continue exposing them to ether when they're young and breeding from them, the proportion of four-winged flies increases. By the 10th or 11th generation, it's over 30%. If you stop exposing them to ether, the proportion of abnormal flies falls off over the generations. Those dotted lines show the decline in proportion. It doesn't drop back to zero straight away. Therefore, this abnormal type becomes more common the more often it appears. Now, you may think, well, could this be a matter of epigenetic inheritance? As many of you will know, since the year about 2000, in biology, it's been recognized that different environmental conditions can change inheritance. There's an inheritance of acquired characteristics. In 20th century biology, this was a tremendously taboo topic. It was considered impossible, heretical, and was not allowed. However, it's been rebranded epigenetic inheritance, and it's now one of the hottest topics in biological research. It's not a change in the genes, it's a change in the way the genes are packaged or expressed through methylation of DNA or of histone proteins around the DNA, or through other changes in the DNA or the surrounding proteins. So you might think this is an epigenetic effect, that it's based on modifying the packaging of the genes in the chromosomes. However, if you do the experiment again, start with a fresh batch of flies. Now you see on the vertical line on the left with the filled circles, in the first generation, if you do it the second time, the first time you did it, the first generation had 2% abnormal flies. If you start the whole experiment again, where the flies in this experiment have never been exposed to ether, the first generation has 10% abnormal flies, and the second generation, instead of 6%, has 20%. Now, this can't be an epigenetic effect because these are not descended from the flies that were treated. These are fresh flies, untreated. And I think what we're seeing here is an effect of morphic resonance. So this is an example of one of the ways in which this hypothesis can be tested in biology labs. It takes a brave person to do these tests because at least in Britain, I hope that in India and in other countries, it might be easier to do this kind of research. So it's genuine science, it's testing a hypothesis, but there's this intolerance of different views. Jains are remarkably tolerant, so perhaps Jain scientists could take up morphic resonance research and surge into the lead in this field. Because there are many ways it can be tested. Okay, now what I want to talk about now is the way it can be tested in the realm of animal behavior. We don't need a slide at the moment. Thank you. So This hypothesis suggests that if you train rats to learn a new trick, for example, in Miami, Florida, then rats all over the world, the same breed of rat, should learn the same trick quicker. Rats in New Delhi, in Mumbai, in Melbourne, Australia, in London, England, should learn the same trick quicker just because the rats have learned it in Miami. And this should happen without any normal means of communication. There's no need to ring people up and tell them exactly how to test the rats. You don't need the rats to squeak to other rats over the telephone or anything like that. It happens by morphic resonance. Once it's happened, it's part of their collective memory. It should be easier for others to learn. Well, when I first thought of this prediction, I thought, well, that can't be true, because if it was true, people would have noticed it. Then I discovered they had actually noticed it. A very long series of experiments on rats was started at Harvard by a scientist called William McDougall, who bred rats for many generations and trained them to escape from a water maze. At first, the rats made several hundred errors before they escaped. And then he bred from these rats, and their descendants made fewer errors, and then their descendants made fewer errors again. The number of errors kept falling. They were learning. They were being born smarter than their parents. That ought not to happen according to standard neo-Darwinian genetics and evolutionary theory. You inherit genes, the genes can't be changed by the experience of the parents. That was the standard view at the time. Well, when he did this, it was intensely controversial. It seemed to show an inheritance of acquired characters. And his critics said, well, he must have been selectively breeding from the smartest rats because they learned quickest, and they assumed he was in a hurry to get the next generation, so he would have chosen those as parents. So McDougall said, okay, I'll answer that criticism. Instead of breeding from random rats, which is actually what he'd been doing before, he said, I'll pick the most stupid rats, the ones that make the most mistakes, and breed from the most stupid rats. If normal genetics was at work, the number of errors should have gone up generation after generation. In fact, as the next slide shows, the number of errors did not decline did not go up generation after generation. It declined. Sorry, it's the slide before that. There we go. Thank you. This shows on the left the number of errors, over 200 in the first generation of stupid rats. And by the 32nd generation, it was down to about 25. This is a massive change in the rate of learning. They were getting smarter. They were learning quicker, even though in every generation he was selecting for the most stupid rats. Now, this was so controversial that some scientists decided McDougall must be wrong, and they tried to repeat his experiments. And it was repeated at Edinburgh University in Scotland and at Melbourne University in Australia. They had the same breed of rats, the same water maze. They had to swim to get out of this maze that McDougall had at Harvard. And in the very first generation, their rats started off more or less where the Harvard rats had left off, around 25 errors. And they got quicker and quicker until they got to a point where some of the rats were doing it without any errors at all, straight away. The critics then said, well, you know, this can't be the inheritance of acquired characters, that's impossible. So they set up a control line where in every generation they trained rats whose parents had not been trained. And those rats got better too. So everybody heaved a sigh of relief, and they said it can't be Lamarckian inheritance or the inheritance of acquired characters, because it's happening in all the rats, not just in the ones descended from trained parents. And people said, okay, we can forget about all this, and they forgot about it all, and these results were just left gathering dust in the scientific literature. But this is exactly what you'd expect with morphic resonance. You would expect the rats whose parents hadn't been trained to get better as well. It's not just a matter of genetic transmission, it's inheritance through morphic resonance. Now, the same should apply to humans. It should be getting easier for people to learn windsurfing or skateboarding or computer programming or playing video games, because lots of people have already learned to do this. And there have been a number of tests of morphic resonance in the realm of human learning that have suggested that this is indeed happening. Of course, you have to be careful that people aren't learning better because of better training methods, seeing things on videos. It's hard in the real life situation to disentangle morphic resonance from other cultural influences. But the tests that I'm talking about, which are summarized in the new edition of my book, A New Science of Life, which is titled Morphic Resonance in the United States, show that this does seem to happen. There's another body of data that shows this effect as well. In around 1918, IQ tests were invented to measure intelligence. And these tests involved a number of particular problems that people were supposed to solve for intelligence tests. And these tests were run more or less the same way for years and years and years and years, and they still are. When I first thought of the idea of morphic resonance and how to test it in the 1980s, I predicted that the average score on IQ tests should be getting better, not because people are getting more intelligent, therefore having a higher intelligence quotient, IQ, but because the tests should be getting easier because so many people have already done them. But at that time, I couldn't find out how to get hold of the data, which were buried in the archives of psychology intelligence testing agencies. However, a New Zealand researcher called James Flynn did get hold of the data, and he found there had been an extraordinary increase in IQ, average IQ in standard IQ tests. This is now known as the Flynn effect. The next slide shows the results. These show increases in average IQ in the United States from 1918 to 1989, and these increases are still going on. And when these results came out, people were just simply couldn't believe it. They thought there must be an error. So they looked at the data from other countries, and they found the same had happened in Japan, in Britain, in Germany. In fact, in many countries, this had been going on. And this was a really big problem to explain. Some people said at first, when they looked at just the US data, they said, well, this must be because of more meat eating, because more meat gives more protein to babies and their brains develop better. That's why Americans are getting smarter. It then turned out that exactly the same had happened in Japan, where there's much less meat eating. It would have been very good to do this study with a Jain population. Nobody did that, but it would have been a perfect control group, since largely vegetarian population for generations. But again, nobody has done that. But anyway, it turned out the meat eating didn't explain it. Then people said, well, it must be television that is making people smarter. But then other evidence suggested television doesn't make people smarter at all. And so that explanation faded out. Flynn himself says the effect is very puzzling, and he's tried all sorts of complicated ways of explaining it. But this would follow most naturally if morphic resonance is taking place. It's just what you'd expect. This theory also predicts that, for example, that it should be easier to do the Times crossword puzzle. Today's Sunday Times crossword puzzle should be easier to do tomorrow than it would have been yesterday, because so many people have done it today. And some tests of morphic resonance using crossword puzzles have suggested that may indeed be happening. It should be possible to do tests for morphic resonance using learning procedures, and nowadays these tests could be done on the internet and with possibly large-scale participation. So we're not talking about experiments that are very expensive necessarily. We're talking about experiments that are incredibly controversial within the scientific world, which is what puts people off doing them. But the implications are huge. they'd lead to completely different understanding of educational methodologies, of our collective consciousness, of collective memory, and of indeed of human nature. Okay, we can, don't need the slides now for a moment, thank you. So this idea of morphic resonance leads to a very different interpretation of biological inheritance. Morphic resonance applies to form and to behavior, to instincts, which I see as habits of a species. It's not just about psychology and consciousness and learning. As I've made clear, it happens even in crystals and in fruit flies and in plant development. So if morphic resonance plays a part in inheritance, we would expect inheritance of form and instincts and behavior not to depend simply on genes, which underlie the chemical inheritance of organisms, but also on morphic resonance. Now, as those of you who know about modern biology will realize, genes play an enormous role in modern biological thinking. With the discovery of the structure of DNA in the 1950s, there was a whole new kind of biology, molecular biology was born, with an enormous emphasis on genes. People thought genes would explain everything about the inheritance of organisms. That's why the Human Genome Project was started in the 1980s, with the promise that it would unveil the book of life and enable us to read the very basis of human nature in molecular terms. So this idea of genes became enormously inflated. Huge industries grew up on the basis of this. Billions and billions of dollars were invested in biotech, gene sequencing and genome studies, because genes were believed to explain almost everything you needed to know about life. I think that genes have been grossly overrated, and this is becoming clearer and clearer now. What genes actually do is code for the sequence of amino acids in proteins. They enable organisms to make the correct protein molecules, and this is a very important part of inheritance. Without the right proteins, you can't develop normally. If you have a faulty hemoglobin protein, for example, because of a mutation in a gene giving faulty hemoglobin, then you get sickle cell anemia, which, when it's a recessive gene, when there's a double recessive, it's a debilitating disease. Genes that are involved in cystic fibrosis can lead to defective proteins that lead to terrible diseases. And genetic engineering can help solve these rather rare inherited diseases which depend on single genes, which have a simple explanation in terms of changing a particular protein. But most aspects of biological inheritance are not so simple. They depend, as everyone agrees, on many genes, not just on single genes, and they turn out to depend on other things too. The Human Genome Project promised great results, and billions of dollars were invested in it. Celery Genomics, the private genome project, had a market value that was enormous in 1999. When in 2000, the genome was finally sequenced, there was a biotech implosion. Billions of dollars were lost. The value of Celery Genomics collapsed from $44 a share to about 15 cents. And Craig Venter, the entrepreneur behind it, at least has a sense of humor. He said when interviewed about this, he said, "I'm a guy who's made $1 million the hard way by working my way down from $1 billion." This promise was enormously oversold, and now personal genomics was supposed to predict proneness to cancer and all sorts of other things. Lots of genome companies were set up, 23andMe and others, but it turns out that they weren't able to deliver on their promises. They can deliver interesting information on ancestral inheritance, what proportion of your ancestors are of different origin, Jewish, Asian, European, and so on. But in terms of predicting proneness to breast cancer or other diseases, they only predict with an accuracy of 5 or 10% in most cases. Even in the case of height, easily measurable, they only predict with an accuracy of a maximum of about 20 or 30%. Whereas we know that height is about 80% heritable just by studying parents and their children. So this is now called the missing heritability problem. Large amounts of inheritance don't seem to be explained by genes. Now, this is an enormous embarrassment within biology. And some biologists say, well, give us billions of more dollars and we'll look for ever more subtle modifier genes to explain it all in terms of genes despite this problem. Others say we need to look for what really is controlling inheritance since genes only seem to be part of it. And that's certainly my own view. And I think that part of the answer of the missing heritability has come through epigenetic inheritance, which is now recognized, previously unrecognized. So some of inheritance depends on the inheritance of acquired characters. For example, in experiments with mice, if you train mice to be afraid of a particular chemical, acetophenone in this particular case, it's a synthetic chemical that they would not normally encounter. In these experiments, it was a classic, cruel, conditioned type experiment. The male mice were exposed to acetophenone. They were then given an electric shock through their pores. And these mice were then frightened of the smell of acetophenone. I mean, it's easy to understand that as classic Pavlovian conditioning. But what the researchers found was that if you took sperm from those mice and artificially inseminated female mice, so they never met the fathers, the children and the grandchildren of those female mice were terrified when they smelled acetophenone. They'd inherited the fear of their fathers. This paper was published in Nature under the title Inheriting the Fears of Fathers. This would have been unthinkable in the 20th century. And the assumption is that it must be explained by epigenetics. But actually, I think it could well involve a component of morphic resonance as well. So the study of inheritance in biology is currently in turmoil. And that means the study of evolution is in turmoil, because in the 20th century, neo-Darwinism ruled the roost. And the assumption was it was all a matter of changes in gene frequencies. Evolution was all about genes and gene frequencies within populations. That's the standard neo-Darwinian view. It was all controlled by selfish genes, to use the phrase of Richard Dawkins, the principal proponent of this view, is the main publicizer of this particular view of inheritance and evolution. But if it turns out now that epigenetic inheritance plays a major part in the inheritance of form and in the inheritance of behavior. And morphic resonance may also be playing a major part, which means that evolution is not just a matter of blind chance, mutations that happen at random through random quantum processes in the genes, but intelligent adaptation. Organisms adapt to their environment. Plants adapt to new environments in an adaptive way, one that makes them fitter to grow in that environment. Animals can adapt by behaving differently in new environments. And those creative responses can be passed on to their offspring by a combination of epigenetics and morphic resonance, which means that there's far more creativity in the evolutionary process. There's a creativity throughout all nature, which can play a part in the evolutionary process. It's not just a matter of eternal fixed laws and blind chance, which is the standard neo-Darwinian view. So this leads us towards a new kind of understanding. Let me say a few more words now about personal memory. Let me first talk about identical twins, because as many of you will know, there's been a long-standing controversy in Western biology about nature and nurture, about human nature, how much of human nature depends on what you inherit through genes, and how much depends on your upbringing, the way you're raised by your parents, your environment, and your schooling, and these social system in which you grow up. Genes are called nature, the environment is called nurture. And this has been a very political debate because it's been assumed by many people on the right wing of politics that it's pointless trying to make society more equal. People are born the way they are, and you can make better opportunities for people who are smart to get ahead, but you can't make people more equal. They're born unequal, they're born different, and that's just the way human nature is. People on the left of politics try to improve human nature by saying we need social engineering, affirmative action programs, proper universal education, and so on, where everyone can be raised up because all humans have this tremendous potential, or at least most of them do. And it's a matter of social conditions. And that was very much the view of communists and socialists. That's why they tried to perfect human nature. The original aim of the Soviet Union was to perfect human nature by having institutions that would abolish these hereditary differences and have state-controlled institutions that would make everyone equal and equally prosperous, living in brotherhood, an experiment that didn't go too well. So therefore, the background to this has always been intensely controversial. And people tried to solve the question scientifically by doing studies on identical twins. Identical twins have the same genetics. And these studies involved studying identical twins who were separated soon after birth and adopted by different families. So they had different environments, but the same genetics. And it turned out these identical twins had amazing similarities in their later life, not just looking alike, which of course you'd expect on the basis of their identical blue eyes and that kind of thing, or brown eyes, or genetic differences. But they had the same hobbies. Sometimes they called their children by the same names, ridiculously similar things that you wouldn't expect. Even the most devout proponents of genetics wouldn't have expected them to be the same. And yet they turned out to be astonishingly similar. And the proponents of genetics and the genetic determinism view said, well, there you are, that proves it. It's genetic, it's all in the genes. But actually, if you take morphic resonance into account, the fact that they're so similar means that on the basis of similarity, they'll resonate with each other, even if they're raised in separate families and have never met each other since they were very, very small. And this morphic resonance could help to account for these similarities. The normal debate says it's either nature or nurture, either genes or environment, or of course, many people say, well, it's a mixture of both. But this very strong evidence for, apparent evidence for genetic determinism could actually be explained in terms of morphic resonance without genetic determinism being anything like as strong as most people assume it is. Now, when we come to the question of similarity, identical twins are certainly similar to each other. But if you ask yourself the question, who in the past is most similar to me, then the answer is me. I'm more similar to me in the past, and you're more similar to you in the past than to anyone else. And that means on the basis of similarity of resonance, the most strong resonances from most similar organisms in the past, the strongest resonance acting on you and on me is from ourselves in the past. This, I think, is the basis of memory. I think memory is a resonant phenomenon. We're resonating with ourselves in the past across time by morphic resonance. The brain is full of vibratory activities. All living systems are full of vibratory activities. And there's a kind of resonance across time. These vibratory activities are within what I call morphic fields, which shape developing embryos, which shape the activity of the nervous system, and which also shape social groups like flocks of birds or schools of fish or colonies of ants or termites or bees or wasps, the social insects. all these fields of activity, all of which are vibratory, which have morphic resonance. Our brains are like that. And so what I'm suggesting is that our memories are not stored as material traces in our brains, which is the usual assumption of materialist science, but rather depend on the resonance from our past. Our brains are more like TV receivers than like video recorders. A TV receiver is tuning in to invisible vibrations, and the people you see on the screen, the stories you see unfolding, are not produced by the transistors and wires inside the set. They're produced studios and broadcast invisibly through TV transmissions. Of course, if you damage the set, you can damage the ability to receive sounds or pictures. And if you damage the brain, you can damage the ability to resonate with the past and retrieve memories. So you can get memory loss through brain damage, but that doesn't prove the memories are stored inside the brain. Although most people just take it for granted it proves that. They just say, well, it must be in the brain because brain damage destroys memories. Now, if morphic resonance memory depends on morphic resonance, then we would expect to be able to test this. One thing we could test is, do memory traces really exist? Well, for 100 years, scientists have spent billions of dollars and millions of man-hours and woman-hours looking for memory traces in brains called engrams. In the 1950s, Carl Lashley, the great American neuroscientist, spent decades looking for them. And at the end of this, he wrote a famous article called In Search of the Engram, and admitted he just couldn't find them localized anywhere in the brain. You could cut out whole sections of the brain and animals could still remember. His student, Carl Pribram, said that this showed that the memories must be stored holographically in the brain, distributed over large regions of the brain because you couldn't find them in particular places. Other attempts to find memories in the octopus brain, for example, led to the researchers saying they couldn't localize these memories. The researchers said memories must be everywhere and nowhere in particular within the brain. Recent attempts to find these memories using modern optogenetic techniques have found that you can, they've claimed to have identified engrams, memory traces, but actually when you look at the data, the details of these experiments, as I discuss in my book, Science Set Free, the science delusion in the UK, then it turns out they're actually making these engrams. They actually genetically engineer brains so they can actually change nerve cells through which impulses have traveled. Then they can reactivate those very same nerve cells they've changed. And then they say, well, that proves there are memory traces, but they've actually created what they're looking for. And there's no evidence that's how memories normally work. So the question of memory being in the brain is deeply problematic for the materialist orthodoxy, for the materialist paradigm. The resonance theory explains the facts better. Now, this has many implications. If memories are stored in brains, brains decay when you die and all the memories will be wiped out. That means all religions, all of which suppose there's some continuity after death, either in reincarnation or rebirth, or in purgatory, or in some kind of post-mortal state. All these religions are instantly refuted by this theory, which is why materialists and atheists so like this theory, because at one blow you get rid of every religion. Because if they're all wiped out at death, there's nothing that can be carried over to a future life or to some post-mortal state of continued existence. However, if memories are not stored in brains, then the memories themselves are not abolished by death. The ability to retrieve them by this particular body is abolished, but the memories themselves may survive in two ways. Firstly, they may contribute to a collective memory, and I think that's we all draw upon a collective memory. And secondly, they could, in some cases, be picked up by a particular individual, a baby born after the death of the person, who may remember a previous life. There may be a transfer of memories, and from the work of Professor Ian Stevenson at Virginia State University, there's good evidence that some children do remember previous lives in a way that can't be explained any other way, other than some kind of transfer of memory. So these scientific questions affect debates within all religions, and even outside religions, about the question of the possibility of the survival of bodily death in one form or another. Well, this hypothesis, as you can see, leads to a very different perspective from that which is common in standard materialist science, which has been dominated by a materialist philosophy of nature since the late 19th century, which I think is constricting science and making it increasingly dogmatic. If we go beyond these dogmas, we can open up science to all sorts of new inquiries, which can be tested using the scientific method, published in journals, get grants, do research, people can build careers on this sort of science. The science of the future, I think, will be more pluralistic, more open, more exciting, and more fun. And I think that these ideas of memory in nature and the very nature of memory itself are at the center of this new kind of science and the scientific debate which is happening now. I'd just end by mentioning I've written a book. My main book on this is called The Presence of the Past. If we could have the slides of that book, please. This book is called The Presence of the Past. It's published in the new updated edition in Britain and the US in different versions. That's the British edition, The Presence of the Past, the new edition, and the US edition, the next slide shows. That's what it looks like in America. It's exactly the same inside, it's just the covers are different. And if any of you are interested in more, I'm giving, for the first time, a weekend online seminar on morphic resonance next weekend, 27th and 28th of March. You can find details on my website, sheldrake.org, O-R-G, Sheldrake, S-H-E-L-D-R-A-K-E.org. And that's a chance to go into this in much more detail. I've just given a rather superficial overview of some of the main points. Anyway, I'd be very interested to know what questions come into your minds as a result of this.
Thank you, Professor. That was an awesome presentation. Dr. Iqbal, do we have some time for a couple of questions? I take that
yes.
as a yes.
Professor,
All
Professor
right.
Kirti
Yes, we would. Yeah.
Can I ask?
Go ahead, Dr. Kumar.
Yeah, excellent. And Professor Rupert is our colleague from ICSAT. We are from the same ICR family, ICOR family. Very nice to know. You worked on anatomy of PG and Phi. Amazing to see you the way you have gone ahead. Actually, I want you to look at it as the sensory knowledge. You are looking at more of telepathic knowledge. I think you don't have to jump to being I am a chemist, agri-chemist, but I study a lot on the Jain epistemology. I would request you even look at the Jain epistemology. I like to quote you in my article. I'll be writing an article on this because I talked about sensory knowledge day before yesterday. But it's amazing. This is the way research should go on. I know you face a lot of criticisms. That is something wonderful. Any criticism means you are doing something original work. Otherwise, it cannot be criticized. I really went through your, profile in Wikipedia also. I congratulate you. I'm so excited to listen to your lecture. I look forward to listening to more. And I like to quote you there is one part of sensory knowledge called that is a Sanskrit name, very mouthful, which is non-instructive. That is to say, it learns itself. You are talking about the rat, which is learning by the minimizing the errors. There is one thing, I'll send you the quote also from you that And I think you can look at it. I mean to say, you are an original thinker, but you can look at it, what is available in our scriptures about this. It's amazing because telepathy is higher order of knowledge, and sensory knowledge, learning from the adaptation from the environment. Because that's in their so-called karma theory, the physical body itself is conditioned by the environment, adaptation. So it's amazing, your experiments, the kind of, you could conclude, even including the crystals, you know, which with amazing, Professor. I congratulate you, excited to listen to you. It's an accident for me, actually. Thank you so much.
Mr. Kumar, thank you. Professor, could you, in view of the McDougall experiment and Flynn effect, could you expound slightly on the relationship between epigenetics, morphic resonance, and consciousness?
Well, consciousness, of course, is a huge topic, and these basic morphic resonance is primarily about habits, and most habits are unconscious. I mean, even our own habits are unconscious until our friends or family who find them annoying, if they find them annoying, they point them out to us. But habits by their very nature are unconscious. You know, when you're learning to ride a bicycle, it's conscious to start with. You have to know which push down the pedal, hold the handlebars and stuff. But when you've learned how to ride it, you don't need to think about it at all. You can think about something else as you pedal along on your bicycle. Same with driving cars or any of our habits. In my case, speaking English. For everyone here, speaking English is a kind of habit. I speak a little Hindi and it's very rusty now. And so when I'm speaking Hindi, I have to speak slowly because I have to search for the vocabulary. It's not a habit. When I'm in India, it gets quicker, it becomes more habitual. So I think that morphic resonance is primarily explaining habits and memory. I think when we're dealing with consciousness as consciousness itself, I think that consciousness is more to do with possibilities and choosing among possibilities, because most of our own mind is unconscious because it's habitual. And our conscious mind is usually preoccupied with what we do next, choices we make, what we... Now, I'm not talking now about the deeper levels of consciousness, the very ground of consciousness itself, which we can access through meditation. That is something which science finds rather hard to look at. I'm talking about the normal contents of consciousness. Now, when we come to the very ground of consciousness itself, I think that that is not a question of habit. It's the ground through which all consciousness can, in our minds and in all minds in the universe, can happen. And so I think there's a ground of consciousness, but then there's the contents of consciousness, what some Hindu philosophers call names and forms, nama rupa, where you have the contents of consciousness. Those, I think, are subject to morphic resonance, but the ground of consciousness itself, I think, is beyond morphic resonance. It's not a matter of habit. It's the very ground of being and mind.
I have a question from Professor Pokharna. Any connection of these resonances with Garrett's observation that junk DNA contains information which can be stored or extracted with the audio or electromagnetic waves?
Well, I think the kind of information in DNA is normally, I mean, most of it's the functional genes are about coding for proteins or about moderating or controlling protein synthesis. Now, the so-called junk DNA, which is most of it, more than 90% of the DNA, is of unknown function. It could well be operating as a system of waves that acts as a kind of tuning system, and that tuning system could be involved with morphic resonance. But I don't think that morphic resonance is just about DNA and tuning. You can do experiments with cells like the alga acetabularia. You can take the nucleus out, remove the DNA, and the cell can still regenerate and create new forms, restore its form. So I think it's all aspects of living organisms can undergo morphic resonance, not just DNA, although DNA may play an important part in this resonance process. I just don't know, as the answer to that question. I just don't know, because this is such an unconventional field of biology, looking at resonance in DNA rather than the standard molecular biology approach. It's just hard to know what to make of these experiments. And there are some experiments in Russia on resonances of DNA, which make rather bold claims about what's going on. I just don't know how much of it to believe and how much not to believe. So I just think it's a rather unclear area at the moment, but certainly one worth inquiring into further.
Okay, Professor Manisha Shah wants to know, is morphic resonance actually quantum entanglement, and can we not use EEG or functional MRI to detect the waves that lead to morphic resonance?
Well, quantum entanglement is the link between parts of a system that have been, say, two photons that have come from an atom. They remain entangled with each other, so that if you measure the polarization of one, the other one instantly has the opposite polarization. There's a linkage across space, but it's not really a linkage across time. Morphic resonance is about a kind of entanglement across time, and they don't have to have been part of the same system. In quantum entanglement, they have to be in part of the same system to start with. This is more akin to telepathy, which normally occurs between humans or animals that have been part of the same family or social group. And when they're apart, there's often a telepathic linkage. That's more akin to quantum entanglement. But the rats that learn the new trick in Australia don't have to be descended from the ones in America. It's, I think, a somewhat different phenomenon, partly because it works across time and partly because it doesn't have to be the same at the same time, from the same organism to start with. So I don't think it's exactly the same.
Another question, does this suggest that there is a universal memory that living beings are connected to, or is it species specific, and why?
Well, I think that the memory by morphic resonance is based on similarity. So I think that we tune into our own memories, for example, because we're more similar to ourselves. Then we tune into a kind of collective memory of our family and of groups that are similar to us, people who are more similar to us. And then we're similar to all human beings to some degree. So then there'll be a kind of collective human memory we tune into, and probably an ancestral memory from primates and other mammals going back 60, 70 million years. And then animals before that. I mean, when we are embryos, we go through a stage like fish with gills. So I think in our embryonic development, we're actually reaching right back into the history of life with kind of picking up memories which are expressed in embryonic development. Now, whether there's a kind of universal memory, I think that I think morphic resonance is universal in the sense that it operates anywhere in the universe. So if on another planet somebody made a chemical the same as something that the chemist made here, it might crystallize quicker on that planet because it's been made on Earth. And in fact, this suggests a way of space exploration at very low cost. Instead of sending very expensive rockets involving rocket science up into the sky, or vast radio telescopes or Hubble space telescopes, in a laboratory on Earth, one could simply study whether you get morphic resonance effects with crystallization of new chemicals. And most of them might show it, a few might not. And if they don't, then you might be able to infer that these chemicals have existed somewhere else in the universe. So you could explore the universe from a simple laboratory on a tiny fraction of the budget at present used for space exploration. But I don't think a universal memory would necessarily make much sense, because it would have to be recognized. It would only work through specific organisms. So I think morphic resonance is universal, but would always depend on some kind of resonance. It could only resonate on the basis of similarity. So similar things would resonate throughout the whole universe. Hydrogen atoms are probably resonating with all other hydrogen atoms throughout the whole universe. They're similar throughout the entire universe. But human beings speaking English or Hindi or Gujarati or whatever are not probably present throughout the universe and would therefore only resonate with similar human beings. So yes, I would say that a universal memory, you could say it's universal in the sense there's memory of everything everywhere, but it doesn't mean that everything tunes into every memory. We're not tuning into giraffe memories, for example, or at least most of us aren't.
Dr. Akhtar, I trust you let me know when to stop the questions, but while I wait, Dr. Bridges.
Yeah.
Yes,
I had a
please,
quick question.
yeah, please. We need to move on to the next session.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perhaps you can correspond with him personally, Dr. Bridges.
Thank you so much, Professor Sheldrake.
So our next speaker, well, one can never do justice in introducing him. Acharya Kanak Nandiji Maharaj is quite a unique scholar. He's a master of 30 languages. Let me repeat, 30 languages. I don't believe I've ever known anybody else who is a master of 30 languages. He's well versed in scientific topics such as physics, chemistry, mathematics, geography, economics, in addition to topics such as cosmology, quantum theory, and the theory of black holes. He's also a scholar of history, psychology, astrology, mantra science, shakun science, political science, world philosophies, international law, and to top it all up, supernatural mathematics. Acharya Shri has written more than 350 texts, is academic mentor to 20 other acharyas and the spiritual mentor for 300 monks in the entire Nandi Sangh. Friends, it's no surprise that so many titles have been bestowed upon him, including Samant Badr and Chakravarti. So let's hear from this. Let's hear from Acharya Kanak Nandiji Maharaj about self, soul, and consciousness in this 15-minute pre-recorded talk. Now I know Acharya Shri is, at least he was here earlier, so he may be available for questions later, but let's start the video.
Om Namaha Siddhebhya, Om Namaha Siddhebhya, Om Namaha Siddhebhya. Sarve Visukhinaha Santu, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kashti Dukhabhag Bhavatu, Prabhasthaghati Karmanaha, Kebala Jnana Bhaskaraha, Kurvantu Jagatam Shanti, Vrishabhadyadine Swaraha, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. I go to all pure soul of the universe and wish that all mundane soul also become pure. My blessing to all truth seekers and wish all scholars and scientists success in their research work about soul. What is the soul? And why we know about the soul? Avidya bhidaram jyoti param jnana mayam mahat tat prashtabhya tad ishtabhya tad drashtabhya mumukshu. The supreme light of the self is the destroyer of ignorance. Here self means not body, mind and speech. Here self means soul. It is very great event that scientists want to research about the soul. Where is the soul? Every living being is a soul. Who cannot know himself, that means soul. Almighty God, Tirthankaras, says he cannot know nothing. Who knows soul, he knows everything. But I have no time. I have few time. So I only to advise and bless all scientists of the universe. Because if you know soul, then you know the reality, absolute truth. If you cannot know self, that means own soul, you cannot know absolute truth. So, जीवन्यः पुद्गलश्च अन्य इत्यसौ तत्त्वसंग्रह यत् अन्यत् उच्यते किंचित सोऽस्तु तस्य विस्तरः. This self is different from matter. Matter is different from the self. Soul is not body, not mind, not speech, not also DNA and RNA, not also brain, not also cells. What is the soul? I describe some gathas. I give reference some gathas. What is the universe? Logo aguttimakhalu anayi nihana sahava nibatto jiva divehi phuro sabbava gaso nicho. The universe is uncreated. It is neither beginning nor end. It exists by its own nature. It is occupied the Ajit and Ajit. It is existing in the span of the space and is eternal. That means universe cannot begin from big theory. Scientists hypothesize that the universe begins from Big Bang. That means singularity. What is the singularity? And which is space point, the singularity existence. Now, scientists want to know and research about soul. It is a good work. It is a great event. So, I reference some slokas and gathas. Eka sada saspatika mamatma vinirmalaha sadhigama swabhavaha bahirbhava santya pare samasta nar sasvatakaha karma bhava swakiyaha. Myself means my soul, pure soul. My soul is ever one, individual, eternal, cannot destroy. pure and all-knowing in this essence. So soul have consciousness, and consciousness only feeling, not body, not mind, not also senses. So all the rest are all outside me, none eternal and throw about as result of one's own karma. Mundane soul have body, mind and senses. But body, mind and senses all are not consciousness. What is the consciousness and what is the soul? And who are you? You know who are you? Tikkale chadupana Indriya balamau anapanaya Bhavaharaso jiva nichaya nedu chedana jasa. According to Vyavahara Naya, that means partial viewpoint, that is called jiva, that means living being, that is consciousness, which is possessed of four pranas, that is Indriya, the senses, bal, force, ayu, life, and anapran in the three periods of time, that is present, the past, and the future. And according to Nishchana, real viewpoint, that which has consciousness is called jiva. Jiva, that means consciousness, cannot create from chemical change, not DNA and RNA. So, I advise all scientists of the universe, at first you know what is the formless substance and what is the matter and what is the non-living substance. Banna rasa pancha gandha do phasa atta nichaya jive no santi amukti tado bhavahara mukti bandhado. According to Nishchana, real viewpoint, jiva is without form because soul have no touch, no smell, no any kinds of weight and color and sound also. But according to Vyavaharana, that means partial viewpoint, has form through the bondage of karma. Bondage of karma, that is the theory of karma, is very difficult. Scientists cannot know what is the karma, because now all scientists of the universe, they cannot know absolute truth. They only know partial truth. They know only 50% of the energy and mass. So, what is the Puggala karma? Puggala kammadinam ಕರ್ತಾ ವ್ಯವಹಾರದೋ ನಿಶ್ಚಯದೋ ಚೇತನ ಕಮ್ಮಾನಾದ ಶುದ್ಧನಯ ಶುದ್ಧ ಭಾವಾನ. According to Vyavaharanaya is the doer of the Pudgala karma. Pudgala karma means mass and energy. That is the Pudgala. Electron, neutron and proton and plasma and quantum all are Pudgala. All are a material thing. And also dark matter and dark energy also matter. According to Nishchanaya, Jiva is the doer to thought karma. According to Suddhanaya, pure viewpoint, Jiva is the doer of Shuddha Bhavas. Mundane soul, bondage karma. Due to karma, the mundane soul achieve body, mind, and senses. So, Bhavahara Suhdukham, Puggala Kammam Phalam Pavunjadi, Nada Nichayayedu, Chetana Bhavam Kuvadis. According to Vyavaharanaya, the mundane soul, not pure soul, Jiva enjoying happiness and a misery of the fruit of Pudgala karma. According to Nishchanaya, Jiva has a conscious bhav only, because consciousness is the main attribute of the soul. Ananta Dharma Prasakti, infinite attributes. Soul have infinite attributes, virtues, and purification. So, soul cannot destroy. The body cannot destroy, but a soul cannot destroy. So, I bless all scientists, you research about soul. If you research about soul, then